The most classic version of Fallen to me. And of course, he started off missing a few of these shots, right? He started off a little bit slow.
You know, sometimes long technical timeouts can actually work against you in terms of building momentum, but maybe it's allowed Fallen to reset. The AWP will not see much work here from Art, instead floored by Junior, and there is an AWP that he can recover should they breach B.
That's a pretty big should. Cello's got the smoke volley combo off immediately. Now remember, Fallen's not got much util, so if he's the first man to rotate over to this B bomb site, this could be tricky, but Nouns is expecting him to have rotated. They're wrong. He's still here. He's still peeking. He's still killing. FURIA are remaining stalwart in their defenses, holding down the line as they know their individuals will perform. Quesarado, a little bit of a sloppier spray, but that's where Fallen's been given space. Comes in through that smoke and now being flanked by Junior, but expects it. You know what he's doing? He's staying inside the smoke. Junior is lost. He has no idea where this op is. All he knows is that there's 20 seconds, the bomb is on the ground, and he needs to get a kill, and fast.
Back-to-back multi-frags from Fallen. You had one problem to deal with before that long tech, and now you've got a whole other issue, a whole can of worms to unpack. Fallen is now just hitting shot after shot. I don't think he's missed since we've had our eyes on him now in these past couple rounds. God, that must be annoying.
First you had to deal with Yuri, now you've killed him twice, and it turns out there's another big man behind him. And you know what? You've dealt with him twice, there's still a few more times left. Yuri getting aggressive down middles, finding so much space. It's a bit of a change-up as well. Last time we saw him try and play it pretty passively in towards the mid-bracket side, but to be this close, he is found out. Marky, good kill to get, but is he ready for the second? Will it matter? Art is able to adjust. CJ had the advantage, but can't make use of it, and this is where Art is still playing with these smokes. The Brazilians cannot be defeated when they are given cover like they are.
I mean, still a 3-on-3, but they've got so much presence. Quesarado, that's a big fight to have lost out on. George able to adjust his spray in time. That was the bomb. A very isolated fight, but Carson just can't link back up with this play over towards A. Cello trapped behind that smoke. But now they'll have a second prong to retake with, but Cello goes spamming, and they spam right back. Man advantage here for Nouns, and a clutch for Art to try and pull through.
Art's got a Molotov. He can force Marky out of position over here and then push him forward. Now Marky's smoke could counter that one out, so you shouldn't be too worried about it. But the problem is George is low. He's taking first contact. I love that. Nouns bring their second round together.
And they finally breached through, even with FURIA getting so aggressive and so making things so uncomfortable there for Nouns in the mid-round, able to get that adjustment. And I think it is George that does pretty much all the heavy lifting. That critical kill into Boiler. They breach into the bomb site. And then, like you said, love the idea of him swinging first, especially when Marky's position was given up. This is the last round of the half. A third would go a long way to inspire a little bit more confidence here for Nouns. We'll put a little bit less weight on that pistol, but it feels like those are all necessities anyway for Nouns if they want to try and get back in this game.
I cannot believe how consistently aggressive FURIA is going down middle. With different players as well. Seen Art, Yuri, and Fallen do it.
Maybe a gap in the default that FURIA are choosing to exploit, because no one on Nouns has been there to punish.
Fallen smoked off, goes past it. He just doesn't care. He knows Yuri is here. Right, so he's unfazed about the possibility of missing, and this time he doesn't miss, even able to get away to safety. Yuri gives him that cover fire, and a Molotov down at bracket means that Fallen and Yuri can both retreat. There's 4 players on this site, and Nouns are still committed without knowing what lies in wait. Rotation will at least blur the numbers together a little bit more, but Cello is still holding it down, and he's not going to expose himself to Carson. Time is running low. There's only 30 seconds left. And Nouns simply cannot breach. They're running out of numbers. They've got 2 Molotovs, and they need to be perfectly placed. Caserado, no smokes present, but he can just play mini pit instead. He's so comfortable with this crossfire that's being built up. Yuri's still alive as well. Cello good for the first, traded out, but that's where Caserado excels. Yuri's still alive. They need to know this. They have to know this. But Junior reveals his position and reveals his ignorance as well. 10-2, Furia looking unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, what a commanding CT side. They played dynamically, they played aggressively, and it felt like they found massive gaps in that T-side default. Constant exploitation and just creating and building these crossfires so quickly when it actually came to breaking into the bomb sites, especially when they went A, it felt like Nouns could barely get an inch, and if they did, it came at heavy costs. What a well-called, well-oiled machine Furia come out the gates with in their opening round. If there was ever going to be a world in which Furia somehow, for who knows what reasons, didn't make it out of this America's RMR, starting off with a loss, are starting off a little shaky. Those were the symptoms that we were maybe looking for to indicate whether or not that would be the case, but they just were playing so damn well.
I'm so glad to see Fallen in action, though. It didn't feel like, I mean, I'll be honest, I didn't think I was going to see this version of Fallen.
Yeah. I mean, you saw the types of decisions he was making. He was going through smokes. He's like, actually, this is what old me would do.
Just channel 2017. Tight jeans is still in fashion.
Well, according to some, they are still in fashion now. But
well, Nouns has been struggling to walk. Maybe they're wearing some tight jeans. They need to walk forward, though, in this pistol round. Steal something away. The plan is simple for Furia. 2 Molotovs to the back of the bomb site, full execute out to B, and Carson has to interrupt and disrupt, but no, he's just been taken down through the smoke. George is going to be able to frag out quickly with the double kill.
I mean, that's exactly what you want out of George. You lose your first player through the smoke, and before Furia could even get past the opening of B, just getting their heads ripped clean.
And I do really like the setup that they still have maintained on the A site. Now listen, Yuri does have a smoke. If he wants to rotate back, this could be a full A hit, but Art is alone and they know it. They've only heard a single pair of footsteps and an easy, clean shot will deal with him. Now it's a 2-on-2 on the B side. Smoke has been deployed. George at the back of the bomb site is waiting for the bomb plant to come in, but no, he takes contact first. He's setting up for a push through the smoke from Junior. CJ is giving them footsteps so that they don't think that there's a second player inside that very smoke. They're being so worried, and contact is made. Junior and George finish it off. Mr. Umami coming in with a triple.
Yeah, I mean, a really solid set of kills there from George, just tapping away with the dualies, which is not how you'd attribute it usually. You know, there are some players that when you look at them on this weapon, they sometimes just wish they had a USP, especially when they're going for these sort of mid to long range duels, but very efficient pistol work from these double pistols.
It's very rare you get a clip like that from the dualies. Normally it's more of a da-da-da-da-da-da. And yes, I do think of all my clips as sound effects.
I mean, opening, you know, towards the mouth of Banana, for example, with the dualies, or, you know, close hut on Nuke. Just a flurry of players coming your way, so you gotta make sure to lay down some suppressing fire.
It's a start that Nouns needed. And with Furia's purchase, it does feel like 4 is inevitable.
I don't know about you, but I love that the Zeus is in fashion.
Dude, you know the thing that I was thinking of, though, is I've never seen the change of it being rechargeable be significant.
Yeah.
Right? And I just feel like this is another Ogden Creek situation where it was always viable, but these pros, these damn pros, they just don't want to use it.
Sometimes they need a little bit of encouragement.
Yeah, just nudge him along. But I was like, guys, come on, 30 seconds. You know, you'll use it twice. Yeah, for sure.
You now move five units faster with the Zeus. Maybe that's what the change we need with the Negev, and we'll see it, see play.
That's like one of those MOBA changes where it's like, oh yes, we have added 1 mana to this hero.
Wait, they buffed this hero? Oh my god.
Based Ice Frog. Nouns should be able to pick up a fair bit of money, though. They've got 3 MP9s, and that money will be important, but you also have to be worried about... Actually, there are 4 MP9s. I'm bad at counting. This is a little bit risky, though, when you consider you are setting yourself up for a bonus round where you've got a lot of SMGs, so Not quite sure if I approve of this purchase, but the good thing is they have 0 casualties. They don't need to repurchase armor, so if they want to just upgrade this outright, Junior's got enough for an op. CJ can buy an M4 comfortably.
Oh, I mean, FURIA already up to double digits as well, so should you lose a round, you'll be on 1 stage loss bonus.
Yeah.
You kind of have to treat every round like it will be your last here if you're Nouns.
Yeah, bonus rounds kind of suck in that situation.
Yeah. MR12 can be quite a cruel
there's
mistress.
maintain 4 MP9s. I hate it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the way that they are able to sort of leverage being able to have some extra cash in their pockets. But yeah, they need to farm up at least some of these kills on those SMGs to make it worth it.
I mean, it does feel like you have to win the round regardless.
Yeah.
Right, just with the scoreline being what it is. So maybe some aggression, maybe some mid-round retaking in Banana, something like it. The deep smoke's always frustrating to deal with because you never know when you're just going to be spammed down and seen. That's why CJ is forced to retreat.
I mean, at least with this path as well, should they lose this round, Junior can get his hands on an AWP to try and keep FURIA at the gates.
Can't be thinking about losses of this round just yet, though.
They shouldn't. I can.
Yeah, I mean, don't be mean. Or you mean, not you mean. But you mean to say that CJ is going to be waiting inside the smoke and library expecting a push through. But the smoke's dissipated. At the same time, Junior is still aggressive on short. Shadow spotted, Art gone. Quesarado right behind him will trade. And what a flash it was, but it will not matter. CJ not peeking up fast enough, Fallen given the chance to recover, and Marky can't do the same. A 3-on-2 now, as Nouns are going to be forced to stay back and potentially forever hold their peace.
Yeah, I mean, they get caught. Even though they had that flash play lined up, they knew that Long was exposed. Another wrap from FURIA was very likely. The fact that Flon gets that kill while blinded up actually makes a world of a difference. He was that first point of contact on FURIA's play to A. And it seems as though Nouns have already cut their losses, moving instead for exit kills on FURIA as they finally attain their first round moving into this T side. Nouns may have won the pistol, the follow-up. But here on their bonus against the rifles, they will concede. And FURIA have broken through.
Terrorists win.
That was always going to be one of the shortfalls of having so many of those SMGs, is that when you have to deal with multiple frags, it can be very difficult to be efficient with your bullets enough.
It also feels like if you do have so many SMGs, if you aren't saving your utility, you have to go aggro. And yep, there you can see Fallen's basically, that flashbang is effectively faded by that point. CJ just unfortunately can't get the kill in time.
This feels like the last stand here for Nouns on Inferno. A full commitment, their coffers will have run thin, and should FURIA win here, they're already knocking at the door of closing out this Inferno with emphatic fashion. I mean, they played such a solid CT side. Not much you could really fault in their setups or the way they played.
Oh my god!
What is...
He doesn't have a head anymore!
That's one hell of a lineup there from Art, but he is punished for trying to move past those smokes. CJ had the elevated angle on short side. But here's that wrap that's exposed. Cello heard the steps over towards Long, so he knows that CJ was nearby, and I think CJ may have just spotted Cello compromising this spawn position. Carson has to be very worried, but George locking things down over towards Banana. They try running through this smoke down at the bottom of B, and George has feasted upon their remains. FURIA get outdone by George on B.
I'm not 100% sure, but I think they might have just jumped too early thinking they're about to cross the smoke, because it felt like George had every single advantage and FURIA was getting ready to double swing out with a quick jump forward, but then they're just still in the smoke.
Yeah, and this is one of those things where, you know, if you wait 3 seconds there if you're FURIA by simply seeing that smoke of the mouth of Banana, George basically has a much harder time getting any of these kills. That is a hell of a shot from Art.
Insane,
that's
honestly.
Ridiculous that he lined it up so perfect.
Yeah, look at this. Like, I actually think that because of the way the CS2 smokes are slightly different, where it will be deeper if it's, you know, sort of compressed together, they might have just gotten lost inside it, and George takes full advantage of that with a great triple kill round. Now listen, The AWP is still here, and we need to see some impact from it. It's a big investment. And it's not being used the same way as Fallen was, where you've got rifles are traded out. Cello moves past, but the nade will be giving away his position. There's 2 more behind him, so that Molotov is actually getting quite a bit of value. Marky getting ready, but forced to fall back. CJ, second volley, needs to be deployed very soon. Does go forward, will be interrupting Yuri's pathway into the site as well. Meanwhile, Marky is good for just repositioning himself, staying inside pit. CJ not yet peeking forward. A flash from Junior would be a big help over here. Art still unsure about how to go about this round. Wants to get aggressive, wants to find a frag, but no one's giving him the opportunity. Going into the smoke, threatening a push forward, but CJ has completely routed him out. Still traded out is Fallen though, rather by Fallen. And Marky, alive in pit, drops the bomb. Times now suddenly ticking down a little bit further. 2 versus 4. Quesarado and Yuri, generally the players you want to see, but Marky is not giving them anything to work with. A nade to the smoke as well. Quesarado disrupted. Marky is playing this perfectly, and George is now here to assist. 1v4. Quesarado needs to suss out the Mexican in pit. Marky found out, taken down. But that's given space to Carson to come into play from apartments and finish off that round. Very comfortable from Nouns when you see Marky and how swiftly he makes these decisions from pit.
I mean, with how quickly all those rounds felt like they were played out on the CT side for FURIA, this felt like they weren't really sure how they wanted to approach things. And I felt like, as well, Art actually had a player dead to rights within the bomb site. CJ threw a flash for that long side peek from the double stack, but Art made no reaction. He didn't seem to know where that flash had come from, or even if that flash had been thrown from that spot. So it felt like maybe there was a little bit of indecision, a lot going on in the comms. They weren't sure how they wanted to finish that round. Ooh. But they know how they want to start this one.
They're starting it by taking some nades to the faces, but regardless of the flashes, Cello is actually the one to get the frag. Nade to trade it out, and look at how weak FURIA is. This could be another big moment for George should they choose to push forward, but in the meanwhile, Marky, he's playing some of that Yuri game.
If Marky falls for whatever reason, Nouns are simply in the wrong spot to do much about anything. Marky's job is to contain them, stop them from being able to wrap back in towards an A play, because Nouns have 3 set up on B.
Does feel like the B bomb site push just looks impossible at this stage. So much utility still left as well. Junior's got a smoke. Won't be deploying it. First skill goes outwards. George still alive. Molotov finishes off a new box as well, and CJ right through the smoke can have some easy pickings. These players are still incredibly low, very weak, and there's no reason for George to peek. He knows it. Junior coming forward, and Nouns looking quite good in dealing with the anti-eco. Marky's flank now finally activated, and I have to say, it's a nice little recovery of form at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, really disciplined approach there from Nouns. You know, didn't feel like any of them overstepped. They understood exactly what their contingency plan was. I mean, Marky knew his job. They kept utility available as well as time was starting to bleed out. So FURIA basically couldn't get a look in. And I thought they might have called the timeout the round prior, but this is a nice way to set themselves up on a rifle buy, make sure that everyone's head is in the right place, and that they actually have a clear plan thought through for the opening segment, as well as critically the ending portion as well. Because what's good is all the space if you aren't able to capitalize on it. Nouns doing their best to recover themselves, compose themselves for the second half. And we've seen some good crossfires. I think this Nouns team do feel pretty well drilled on CT, even if they are playing a pretty stagnant style thus far on CT. You know, we compare that to FURIA, that we're just challenging down mid continuously. Sometimes different strokes can work for different folks.
Junior yet to be given a chance to actually put that up to use the mid duel. No one is taking it with him. I don't blame them, or them for that matter. If you can just pre-fire it out, why take the mid duel?
They probably won't play that corner ever again. You know, traumatized.
You say that.
It's not the same corner.
A little bit, yeah, you're right, actually. Watch Art have just 2 different lines.
Yeah, well...
Like, you were in my team. I'm in your head.
If it happens twice, I mean, you just shrug your shoulders and say, what can you do? 4-8 here for Nouns.
CJ is once again boosted. Oh, the peak is not going to come with the flashbang. He's relying on the flame pillar. Good only for one, though, and in the meanwhile, Junior good for another. He doesn't realize there's been a crossover to Coffin. If the CTs are planning on retaking this, they're about to be given a rude awakening, but in fact, Caesarado's pushed all the way forward. I don't know if he realizes how sneaky he was.
Yeah, the good news is that because that smoke has been down for so long, this should be something that is accounted for here for Nouns. A 3-on-3, and they have a belt of utility available for this retake. No Molotovs, though. Caesarado taking first duel inside of construction, and Fallen right there to try and plug up that gap. But the fact that they're down that extra man, Fallen doesn't want to leave Cello in a compromised position. He's spotted. They know that they've got Fallen locked in, and Marquis will be his undoing. A 1-on-3 here for Cello, and he's fighting out in the open. He wants this face, but the smoke that will meet and greet him in the face. Cello, a lovely spray transfer for a second, but Nouns have it. They'll succeed on the retake, and they'll keep this run going.
And all of that retake just comes down to Caesarado completely fumbling the shots, unfortunately, on Marquis, and now you're up to 8 for Nouns. FURIA have the money to go for a buy, but even this isn't going to be perfect. This is entering very concerning territory, to be perfectly frank, and even more so when you consider, you know, the main man for FURIA, who we were complimenting so much, has gone from 16-1 to 19-11, right? Your safety net of Nuri is gone. What's plan B?
Especially when you think about FURIA with how much experience they have, to think that some of their problems right now on this T side are actually getting into the bomb sites and holding things down in the post plan. FURIA were so free-flowing, so carefree on CT. Now problems have arisen. Came into this half 10-2 up. And like you said, Nouns are right behind them now, 3 to separate the two squads.
Siege has really been loving this boosted spot. It will remain unchallenged for a little while longer, and of course, FURIA needs to be very worried about someone once again pushing down mid aggressively as Carson did in the previous. Just that threat in their minds is going to be something to consider. Still, doesn't feel like they're really getting much map control. Sure, they have Banana, but even that comes with a lot of utility being used, and if you want to go into the B bomb site, you don't have the double Molotov, only got one. And that's been used. Actually, sorry, they did have a double Molotov. Fallen's got one as well. But even so, executing here won't be easy.
Tried to throw a bit of a fake, but Nouns have not bit down. George trying to play ahead of the smoke, and Caesarado gets floored. There's no one spacing quite quick enough to go for that trade, and Carson went overlooked. George even taking that through the smoke in CT. FURIA not able to scale properly onto this bomb site. Have to deal with Carson, but Junior, in fact, finds another one on the spam. That CT smoke has proven to be their undoing, but Art going in for that plant. Cello there to cover. This is still recoverable here for FURIA.
Junior's holding down the right line, but he might need to get a flick if Cello is the first one making contact. Art's afraid. He knows he can't really push forward, but at the same time, the numbers advantage is too much to deal with. Art falls and Nouns on 9. I have no idea how Caesarado is the first man going through a smoke of all players, and then there's no one behind him.
Yeah.
This is, that's actually mental.
They called the time on that execute. They threw their util, but spacing is off for FURIA. Felt for sure that if George was going to go for a swing like that, there should have been someone right behind Caesarado for that.
Or some nades, anything like it, right? Of course, they didn't have that util, but that's the problem.
And the cherry on top is that, you know, two players just end up getting spammed through smoke for that execute there from FURIA. They just didn't have the manpower to properly scale in, flush out Carson, get set up actually on the bomb site itself.
And the thing is, Carson's numbers look really bad when you look at the 517, but the fact that he's staying alive in these positions, the fact that he's still willing to get aggressive.
Oh, those were critical kills.
Even in the previous round, the Molotov down mid so that he can hide behind it and actually get aggressive towards At.
Yeah.
This is a very important play that he's made. Carson, again, yes, he has, I won't lie, he did drop the ball a little bit in the first half, but right now you can see his impact on the server beyond the numbers.
I mean, everybody was struggling on that T side there for now.
True.
Now the struggles have hit the shoes on the other foot, rather. I don't know that many Panthers wear shoes. Nouns have glasses, so I know they accessorize.
You just have to make sure this is not the round you slip on. We've seen so many half-buy banana peels from teams. This can't be one of them. George waiting, position, perfect, good for one, not the second. Great damage across two different players, but is it going to be picked up on? The Deck 9s and the Hero AK can still be incredibly deadly, but look at this rotation. Right back to the B-bomb side, that's the plan. Remember, Nouns has been quick to vacate. They've been very comfortable going for these retake style plays, but now that Carson's got that information, maybe not so quick. If they smoke CT, Junior's Molotov should be able to stop FURIA long enough, unless the timing is off by a lot. And he's even holding down the angle already. Junior's been given space because FURIA can't pull the trigger fast enough. Junior, however, can. Molotov not deployed. He's stuck around the corner. Will not be able to hit that second shot, but the nade is good. Keeps them away, stops them from planting a while longer. Fallen had to be the man to cross over, and as he does do so, will be able to plant the bomb. Keserato has an AK. He needs to show up right now. Needs to come up big with the multi-frag. His teammates are locked in. Keserato located, and now he's being given the chance. Good for two already. A 2-on-2 back into it. Yuri's giving him the assist, and Keserato now just needs to find Marky. That's all that separates them. Yuri on the AWP, flashed up as well. This is going to be troublesome. He's swinging around. Right in the corner he goes, and it's a nick of time as Marky almost had the defuse. If the flash had just gone a little way further, could have been a different story.
I mean, that is so close there for Marky. Felt like he made actually kind of the right play. Knew it wasn't really properly planted there for Yuri, and it's milliseconds, if even that separates them and Nouns from being able to get a round back. But FURIA with that half-buy banana peel breaking in, and Keserato doing so much work from the back of the bomb site.
Big step up moment from him, yeah.
And
I'm glad that they give him the AK and just tell him to sit at the back of the bomb side, let him play it out comfortably.
He had the best weapon. You had to rely on him. He's probably the best rifler on this team as well, so you couldn't have asked for safer hands. Say probably like it's much in doubt. I mean,
history would prove you right.
Yeah, I mean.
But Nouns now have to start to question themselves, right? Because their money isn't fantastic. You're going into this one with 5.7s. You're going into this one with 2 rifles. A lot of utility, but is there a play behind it?
It felt like they couldn't make no mistakes if they wanted to maintain this run. FURIA were having some troubles breaching bomb sites, but it was a half-buy that finally gets them to 12. One more round. That's all they're asking for. Even playing ahead of the util down towards Banana, Fallen maintaining control. But Nouns look to actually throw a lot of presence their direction. They have Junior on this AWP that they want to try and set up.
So far, they haven't really been contending the mouth of Banana as much. Carson just seems to be the man who they send forward as a lamb to be sacrificed. Junior, this would be the time to start hitting some nutty shots, as the kids call it. George around the corner, shadow spotted, ducking into certain death, and Junior still right behind. Keserato's been left to lurk. It does feel like Nouns is losing control, and it feels like they're losing this map as well. Marky low, tagged up, located, and Yuri is taken down. Maybe Marky's got it in him, but when he misses that shot, it's all gone. Junior is in an impossible retake.
How on earth do you bridge this back? A 1-on-4, you said it's impossible. I'd say you're right. But there's Fallen, a little too wide for that angle. I saw the player lingering down bottom B. That'll be Keserato to try and link up late. But there's no kit. One recovered now, but he basically has to run it straight into this bomb site and hope FURIA miss every single shot on him. That smoke is going to last for far too long for him to actually get in. And it does look like FURIA will finally be able to close a convincing CT side start from FURIA. But even if there were some shakes towards the end, there will be no upset in their opening round.
It does feel like Nouns was just a smidgen away from making that entire comeback possible. A little bit of an over-rotate maybe, but you know what? The panel's better at breaking this down than I am.
Thank you very much for that, boys. Well, there we have it. With a 10-2 half in favor of FURIA on their CT side, you boys need to break down for me, why on earth the T side of both of these teams was so incredibly weak.
Great question. Here's my thing. I think before the game even started, I really don't think Nouns expected Inferno. I just stand by that. Like, I don't think that they thought FURIA would let that through. That's just based on my conversation I had with their coaching staff yesterday, actually. So I think that might have caught them off guard a little bit, that they just weren't playing a map they expected. But I also do think part of it is also just, they just look timid on the T side. I don't know if you had the same thoughts, but it just felt like they're a little hesitant at times, that they weren't really on the same page with some of the timings and some of their peaks, like the spacing was just a touch off in certain moments.
Look, my thoughts were mostly about what was going on during that tech pause. I have many questions about who won. Rock, paper, scissors, who won, and which mouse Fallen ended up playing with, because there was mice getting swapped left, right, and center. There was a lot of action, but I feel like the tech pause is the big thing here, right? Nouns were doing almost nothing before that tech pause came through, and then afterwards, it did slow FURIA down. It felt like they weren't able to keep that momentum going. They looked a little lost and were really trying to force the end of the game, and that allowed Nouns to start to hit those shots, start to really find some confidence again. And it was this round here where, unfortunately, the pistols from FURIA managed to get the penultimate round on the board.
I mean, you said it best, right? The vibes were certainly looking incredibly good for the FURIA side of things, and the fact that they were able to have a laugh, have a bit of a joke during that tech pause, definitely, I would have thought at least, kept the spirits high, and they would have been able to continue that same momentum that we saw from them in the first half. But Nouns being able to claw back some of those rounds, Dust, how were they able to do so? And if they were able to activate that just a little bit sooner, was there a world in which they could have taken away a win on Inferno?
I think part of it was obviously securing pistol. Not only that, but they hit a pretty quick reset on the economy of FURIA, who did win that third round in the second half, then immediately lost. So I think that money situation certainly hurt FURIA. They also just looked a little bit disjointed on a couple of different pushes where the spacing just looked a little bit off. And I think that, you know, Nouns were able to kind of just get their groove. Like Marky had a couple of big multi-frag rounds from the pit area. You know, Junior was starting to find some moments with the AWP as well on the CT side that made you feel like maybe they were starting to make a resurgence. But unfortunately, you know, this man here, Caserado, came up really big in the last couple of rounds to help close things down. Art had a couple of big opening frags as well to help secure things. And I think one of the things that I'm going to be looking at for FURIA for the rest of the tournament now is, can they keep this up, right? Because I do think that, you know, Caserado has been Caserado for years. He's the same Caserado I knew 4 years ago when I was analyzing this game. He hasn't really changed very much. He's still a very strong player.
Yeah.
Yuri usually has always been the second star of this team, but he's had his moments, I feel like, over the last year or so where he hasn't quite been up to the same high level that he used to be. And then the rest of the team is just kind of struggling, if we're being honest with you. But in this game, they fired on all cylinders. Everyone played really well within their roles. They all performed at a very high level, and that's where FURIA can be at their best. Like, they do have dangerous players. When they are in their form, they can certainly pull off big moments like you saw throughout this first half.
Well, there's a few things, right? Like Yuri, I think it was 15, maybe even 16 kills there in the first half, doing huge work on the CT side and just feeling it. Man was looking real good. But then we were talking about the tech pause. We were talking about the contrast of how serious Nouns look. They look almost depressed, deflated, sitting there in the player cams, not talking, not doing a thing. And then we had whatever antics were going on. There was just no pressure felt by FURIA in this series at all.
I loved seeing that from FURIA, though. I think their confidence really started to shine. Do you think there was a world in which they might have been looking maybe a little bit nervous once Nouns started to claw back some of those rounds?
Yeah, there was some nerves coming through, but
because I didn't see that same excitement and, you know, like joking around with each other continuing throughout the match. Yeah,
there's a point where it gets serious, of course. And then that was what we saw. We were sitting there thinking, okay, this is definitely going to be the full comeback. Nouns look like they are in the driver's seat, but then it was just that one unfortunate round, unfortunate moment, and FURIA was able to capitalize. And that's what, you know, makes the good teams really bloody good. The teams that are able to, you know, not get too ahead of themselves, make sure that they will win it eventually. And it got pretty close, so it's good signs for Nouns moving forward.
Yeah, it's also good signs for FURIA moving forward as well. Because again, we wondered what version of FURIA we were going to get at this tournament. Was it the Elysia Masters Champions version, or was it the version that's been having their struggles domestically and internationally, where things have almost felt like they're kind of falling apart? But this is a nice, bold statement.
Bit of column B.
There you go.
Well, boys, I have a fun little game that I would like to play with the two of you also everybody that is watching at home right now. This is a fantastic display if you've never seen them before. Displays are high quality metal magnet mounted posters. They detach like so, and then they reattach, like so. Super strong magnet, but the game I really want to play with everybody is, what is the bomb defuse code? I'm testing everybody's trivia right now, so...
The first two digits are 7 and 4.
Do you want to lock in that answer?
I know 7 for 100% is the first
I can't
number.
remember.
Hazard a guess at all? Everybody in the chat as well, I want you spamming away.
It's like 7, 4... I can't remember.
The amount of
8.
times I've been the one to defuse and plant the bomb is like crazy. I just am never looking at the bomb. I'm looking at the angles that my teammates aren't covering, thinking, is this where I'm going to die from? So
that was the right answer. I respect that.
Yep.
Was I even close on the first couple numbers?
I mean, the first one you were, sure. I can successfully reveal that it was 7355608. Is the bomb defuse code. For anybody that's wondering, there we go. I'm going to go back and check the VOD and see how many people actually got that one correct.
Is it on this? No, we just
No, it's not. You just got the start out version. There we go. I'm nice like that, you see. I didn't want to give away the fun game, but if you want to go ahead and grab your very own Displate poster, visit displate.com/PGL. And if you order 3 Displates, you can grab yourself 33% off those fantastic posters. And you can also go ahead and vote for your Displate of the day, which is displayed at the very bottom of our fantastic desk as well. We will be changing up the look and the feel of the desk every single day based on which one you folks actually end up voting for. But on that note, boys, we've still got plenty more CS2 to come, and our next matchup is going to be MIBR versus Boss. Super excited for that one, and we'll see you soon.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple. It's Olaf who's been on top of the box though. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
Welcome back, everybody. This is none other than the PGL Americas RMR. My name's Jasmine, and I'm joined alongside some pretty swanky analysts. We got Mac, we got Dust, we got the gang together, and we've just had a great matchup, I'd like to say, between FURIA and Nouns. But our next one is going to be MIBR versus Boss. What can you tell me about these two teams?
Well, I'd argue MIBR is probably that other Brazilian team that should be one of the favourites to go forward here. And on LAN, these guys can hit really damn hard. And I'm looking at a couple of stats, one of which is the general core of Boss hasn't ever beaten MIBR since they've had this rough roster. You know, there's been a couple of switches in there in terms of some of the names, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to really stand toe-to-toe. So for me, MIBR are looking like the red-hot favourites, and keep your eyes on Insani because I think he's going to be putting on a must.
Now, is that despite the fact that they've narrowly missed out on IM Chengdu? Would you say that they are still coming into this looking hot, feeling hot?
I think so. I think just being here on land, you know, they're just going to be able to come out of the gate swinging. They're going to be confident. I don't know what Boss are going to be feeling like. They're the real sort of untested team on land for a while for me.
No, I mean, I think you make a fair point about the Chengdu qualifier, obviously losing out to 9Z, so they're going to miss out on that tournament despite beating Sharks along the way. But they were one of the top 2 teams from the RMR qualifier alongside Legacy, beating ODDIK and Bestia to get here pretty quickly, not having to waste too much time on that online qualifier. We also saw them hit some top 4 finishes at a couple of lands recently. You had the BetBoom Dachau event where they actually beat BetBoom and Cloud9 on their way to a semifinals performance where they lost to Spirit, you know, one of the best teams in the world now, of course. And they also had a top 4 finish at Jönköping, beating Virtus Pro and Gamer Legion before losing to Eternal Fire in the semifinals, another solid team out there in the international waters. So definitely a pretty solid Brazilian team. I think they have a great mixture of veterans like Exit, who's, you know, a guy who's been around the scene for a while, and a pretty strong fragging IGL. And then, of course, you have Safe, who is that Brazilian opper who kind of made for him a name for himself when he played for Pain at Stockholm, got eyed by Furia, played for them, had some success with that squad as well. He now kind of returns back here playing with this squad. Then they brought up some academy players, Insani and Breno, who are really fantastic riflers, honestly. So they have a ton of talent.
Now, looking on the flip side of that, Mac, you mentioned it best. You mentioned the fact that, you know, they've never really actually played MIBR, the squad on this Boss team. Now, taking a look at their previous results, they've only really actually played against NA teams. So playstyle-wise, what are you expecting to see from them in this one?
Well, I feel like, look, MIBR is just going to be coming out with a lot of aggression. You know, they're a bit more calculated than, say, your Furia, which it was just, you know, go out of the gates, shoot them real good. And that'll be like a little bit of the strategy for MIBR, right? But it's all about putting their strong core, like strong rifling core, in the right positions to succeed. And look, again, I'm going to keep going back to this point where the AWPers feel like they're going to have way more impact, but looks like we're not too far away from the game. So my pick for the veto was going to be Vertigo, and it looks like that has not been let through at all.
Ancient is coming back again, bro.
Ancient, man.
Ooh, this is great for Made in Brazil, by the way. They've won their last 10 games in a row.
That's why I thought it wasn't going to go there at all.
Yeah, I think Boss are obviously in kind of a weird spot, right? You know, they have the same situation with Podalone coming into the team. I thought their map pool was quite limited just in general. And the problem is when your map pool is limited, you sometimes are forced to like stick with your personal comfort, even if it winds up being to your detriment because it's a huge strength of your opponent. I think that's kind of what's happened here on Ancient. It's probably Boss's most played map, but kind of the core 4 players that have been on this team for quite some time. So despite the hefty advantage that Made in Brazil bring to the table on a map like Ancient, it almost felt like they were probably kind of forced into it, especially in a best of 1 situation where you feel like you really need to get somewhere where you feel like you have a shot. Just knowing how, I guess, brutal this format is. 2 losses, you're out. You can't waste any time, right? You have to try to put your best foot forward right away. But
to me, for the Ancient pick at least, the only reason I can see Boss going for it is because they've come through with, you know, some kind of crazy counter strat. I'm looking at stats, I'm thinking MIBR, you know, the teams that have 100% win rates on maps, you don't usually want to edge it that way, but keep your eyes out for some counter strats.
Well, let's go ahead. Tea Time and Yumi, take us from here.
Thank you very much, everyone. And yes, you are right, Mac. I'm always afraid of a 100% win rate on a map team. MIBR are fantastic on Ancient.
Yeah, it's kind of the devil you know versus the devil you don't, and at
But
least
I know this devil is so devilish.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like they were saying on the desk, you know, this is a strong map for Boss as well. It's something that they pick and play quite frequently. So you'd like to believe that just because of that kind of angle, you want them to have a nice confident start as well, even on this map. Even though MIBR looks so dangerous on this, they can be quite dynamic. Life is, unfortunately, not always as linear as just looking at it and thinking, oh, we've won all our previous games on this map. Eventually, someone will be there to break the streak. I don't know if it'll be Boss, but there will be somebody.
The thing is, when I see Insani on the center of this map, the things that he can do, when I see how much fun it feels like he's having, no matter who he's going up against. I mean, you know, Das mentioned the Jean Sherping matchup that they had up against Virtus.pro in the semifinals, but you know, there was also a BO1 that they played in the group stage that went to like 48 rounds or something, and it was unreal because you saw every single one of the rifling core individually activate the longer time went on, right? Insani, BRNZian, Drop, everyone had such good clutch moments, everyone had such good early rounds as well. You really got to see a very deep playbook too. I mean, they are playing 48 rounds, right? You're going to see all of the playbook. And that was where I realized, you know what, MIBR Ancient is just ridiculously strong from these guys.
It's also, unfortunately, from that same sort of result, it did seem like, you know, Insani actually had to do quite a lot to sort of have rounds for this MIBR squad. And it was only until we started seeing like late overtimes that other people started to have a bit more impact. So that can maybe be one of the downfalls of having a player that's so willing to take space and do so much for the team, is that it almost puts too much emphasis on him to perform, and especially if it's the youngest guy on this roster. You know, this is a talent that seems to be probably the most, I think, to me, one of the more exciting pieces that we've seen out of Brazil as of late. But we have yet to see whether or not that it can actually work for this MIBR team that have brought in more experienced players as a result of more recent roster moves. Because when we saw them trying to compete for Paris, it was a little bit of a shame that they couldn't quite make it, or they couldn't quite pull it together against the complexity in the last round.
It's true. That being said, I do want to talk a little bit about the Boss style as well, because obviously I know a lot of the people who are tuning in might not be as experienced with them. And look, I'm not the most experienced with them either, but from what I've seen and what I've really enjoyed about their play style is actually quite nice and ancient. It's the fact that they really rely on their anchor players to potentially get aggressive, make a lot of the individual decisions on their own, right? You're going to be looking at Freshie, you're going to be looking at Darty, just having a very good time, always being able to push forward, even if it's a situation like B Mirage, where you don't generally see someone taking control of apartments, even if it's a map with less aggression possibilities than Ancient, they'll still do it and find that space while the rest of the three back up. So that's what I'm looking forward to seeing. Of course, this is going to be their T side where they're starting things off, and it will start off with a quick play towards B, perhaps.
Yeah, Boss with a full battle of util and a smoke immediately to that mid window. So MIBR will be flying a little bit blind, but they hear a lot of that presence from ledge, close to cave. And so BRNZan already creeping forward towards the mouth of B, ready for a potential hit.
He's got a flashbang for Drop to peek out as well. There's three players here. This could either be a big moment or a big disaster. BRNZan starts things off. Drop will be found now. Cryptid to take him down. Darty with a second as well. And BRNZan fully blinded out. Not ready for Brett to push through. A perfect execution. Very nicely done from Boss.
Yeah, I mean, that full belt of utility being utilized perfectly for Boss, reaching into that B play and hunting down all those players, especially the ones that were sort of keeping those players out from the mouth of B. MIBR already calling it quits in this pistol. The 2-on-4 seeming a little too daunting. No kit available. Boss breakthrough first.
And MIBR had a game plan for this one, right? They even get that first skill in. They're ready to try and take control into cave. They're ready to try and counter this out because they know they've completely given up mid. And it's likely going to be that cave push because of all the footsteps they got earlier on. Despite all of that preparedness, it doesn't matter. Insani, actually very significant that he gets these 2 kills over here because his armor is also there. So now you can pick up a Farmus and a smoke and a grenade, perhaps.
Got some options coming into the second round. MIBR decide to force. I like that Boss came in with nice stable game plan. Like they got the smoke down red room window as well. Someone on MIBR would have had to run straight through that if they wanted the information. They didn't start anybody donut, for example.
Yeah.
So well rehearsed and a good opening round from Boss versus the MIBR pistol setup. They do have that force buy out. Sani with a 5-7. Didn't go the more greedy route, perhaps. Pretty compromised on this B-bomb side. Drop with just the dualies, but that Molotov actually keeping Cryptic from taking too much room. Safe there to try and keep a watchful eye on how many players creep up from ramp, but Drop doesn't realize just how much his back is exposed. Cryptic, perfect utilization of those smokes, but exit to back and forth over towards A instead, and Insani's just there to plug that gap. Nobody actually trailing forward here on Boss. They peel back.
Feels like MIBR might just end up saving this one again. Safe can't really get involved with the scout unless he gets onto ledge and fast. Now, he has a timing window. He does. As the Boss bomb starts to move forward, if Safe can pluck out that shot, if he can find the head of Brett, this round could be interesting again. Instead, it's Bone alone to fall first and give information. That information leads to nothing. Flash is good. Allows the cross, and Cryptic spots out Insani but won't get the frag. Insani even long range with the MP9, able to get more damage in. It's a 3-on-2. HP is low for the T side.
And there is nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. BRNizan coming in on that flank, totally boxed in, and Brett traded on the bomb site. It's the force buy here from MIBR. When Boss had control of that B bomb site for so damn long, a man-up situation, it's those kills from Insani before that bomb gets planted that make a world of a difference.
And that's the problem with having such aggressively split up lurkers, trying to find space in bomb sites, trying to find out where the stack is that sometimes, even if you're able to get the frag and that map control, you won't be able to rotate the bomb in time. So even the fact that Bone alone dies first over here, Safe, this kill is massive. Insani then doesn't have to worry about a flashbang coming over his way because they're out of utility. They can't push him through to him. And yeah, like you said, some great kills from him coming forward.
Yeah, I mean, Pone was low HP anyway, but the fact that he hit the headshot, it didn't matter who was ahead of him.
Molly down, and they're trying to run through it. They need to make good work of this, but Exit's got the double. Safe now getting involved as well. Knows he's got space to come out through that smoke. A second smoke to Bloom in front of him. Trying to play around these util pieces. Very nicely done, but he is being tagged up. The T's can't scale onto the site. Can't really look to fight into Temple yet either. They don't know that there's no CT players present here. BRNizan still worried about a mid push that'll never come. Boss have got to take some map control and do it fast.
This is the gap. This is the one place you might be able to exploit. Drop just trying to play far back. So if anybody on Boss decides to investigate CT spawn, they get cut down because these smokes are not going to last forever.
Bone's the one with the bomb though. He can't even threaten out the audio, nothing like it. So the only option they have is thinking that MIBR might bite into a rotate back from T-spawn. That's such a long shot to go for. And MIBR are not budging. Why? Because they've got drop near B. He'll have audibles.
Well, they do commit to the plan. Just on that corner, just out of sight. MIBR creeping forward out of Donut, but Brett standing his ground. Pone getting a one just before he dies. That's critical. 2-on-2 now, and Drop trying to push it, piece it all together as well. But that long range from Freshie, the M4 recovered. It's safe. He's walking wounded. The next bullet should do it. And Boss might just steal this round right back, and Freshie will punch it in. Boss, with their force buy, get right back into it.
Despite the fact that the mid-round plan from Boss isn't able to activate, they still get it all together. And MIBR unwilling to go for that information, unwilling to try and push forward, try and deny that bomb plant. They just lose out on the duels. Great job from Freshie finding that trade out and then finishing things off as well. But you have to say, it was that double-man crossfire into Donut that really cracks open that 3v4, turns it into a 2v2 in the first place.
They kept that pressure high before MIBR could creep themselves out. It is a force buy war at the start of their opening round for both these squads. MIBR certainly coming in as one of our favorites, one of these prospects. Boss have a lot of reasons as to why they could do poorly here. one being that stand-in situation, but that hasn't really proven to be an issue. I love this again. I mean, they're making use of this lurk smoke so well.
I think they spotted out drop as well, but I'm not completely sure. Darty does look like he had info and he's got the kill for sure. Now, you have to be concerned about BRNS, and Cryptic found out with the molly in his hand, and BRNS knows there's another player around the corner, what he cannot punish. Meanwhile, the bomb is much closer by. Freshie still playing containment back towards A. He'll force the MIBR players back in, and they are being worried. They know Safe's been good at this spot before, but fortunately he hasn't found that positioning up on top of the ledge. But Freshie is looking to punish him regardless. Safe pushes right into certain death.
Nice, sharp, clean shooting on these rifles, and this time that bomb was more gravitated towards that B bomb site. They took the space, they get that plant in fast. MIBR, I will say, do feel like they have a misread. They feel a little off-tempo, off-rhythm to what Boss are putting down. I'm loving what I'm seeing out of Boss in terms of their utility usage. They're not always getting the right amount of space alongside it sometimes. You know, especially when we saw one of those A plays previously. They threw a Molotov towards the back of the bomb site. They didn't quite make it. It actually bloomed inside of the smoke. Now, those are small, minor details that will happen when things get a little bit hectic, a little bit faster, more chaotic. But they're making MIBR look very uncomfortable in these opening segments.
100% win rates are meant to be broken, Michael.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Eventually it will happen, but who'd have thought it could be Boss? They keep playing like this, and MIBR don't make an adaptation. Times will be tough.
I'm surprised that there's no tactical timeout coming out from MIBR just yet either. It does feel like Bit's the kind of guy to try and get into one earlier on rather than not, but of course still, this is not really the round where you're expecting to get much anyway, so perhaps later on, right?
Especially if they have to deal with that lurk smoke over on that B bomb site and it's not addressed, that's when you'll expect Bit to start to chime in.
Ooh. Another failed Molotov, and Sani's going to be able to find the bomb planter, but not in time. In fact, Cryptic interrupts some of the bullets perhaps. Not entirely sure if that was a full factor, but it did seem that way. And now MIBR play containment. They can't let the T-side economy run away with these either. That is always the one precarious spot for CTs. If you end up losing the force by war, eventually the Ts get around where they are free to maintain 4, maybe 5 players. And you have to prevent that from happening. That's your main objective. But some clean shots, and Darty choosing to recontest might be something he regrets. In the meanwhile, Brett's clearing out middle. The Farmers has been lost as well. And although Bone Alone will lose his life, this is still a very good money-building round for Boss.
Yeah, that can be one of the problems with Ancient as well, is that even though you know you're against one of some of these low buys, if they're not actually going in for the retake, getting out of the bomb site can be quite annoying. The bomb radius is very, very big here on Ancient. Still, you could still take damage on the B bomb site when it's planted A, for example. It's not a lot of damage, but you know, if you're already surviving on 2 HP, you're fearing for your life. You may be resigned to your fate.
There's that MIBR timeout coming through. Want to try and change things up in the gun round immediately. Bit can get his 2 cents in as well. And one of the things I will say for Boss is that their coach Axed is one who hasn't really been talked about too much, and obviously priorly with the EG project. I've heard some good things about him. I've heard that he's been very good at managing practices back when he was in EG as well. They were one of the teams that apparently, again, was doing a very good job of preventing buggy styles, having very specific ideas going into practices and everything as well. I feel like that is reflected right now, but Insani would like to see maybe a little bit of blood being spilt out on lane. None will be found, though. Darty is playing containment and control. In the meanwhile, Sace Op is postured up. Bone Alone to try and peek into it. Flash will not matter. Safe good for one, and the retreat is there. No one pursuing.
Cryptic even caught on the tail end of that flash, so not exactly a fair fight. Safe in great position to deal with that. Oh, spam right back onto Brett. Insani showing a lot of presence in this round, even if he was undetected up until that point. Cleared out lane over towards B, challenged through middle. Now Exit holds his back.
There's no util left for the CTs. This could be deadly, but Insani's over here to reinforce. Big double from the big man. And he's got the defense of BRNSan, and in the meanwhile, Darty finds that out firsthand. Bone alone. All alone, more like. And all dead.
Yeah, perfectly done. There from MIBR, you have that timeout there from Bit, and there's the immediate adaptation. They didn't actually throw the lurk smoke on B this round here on Boss, but you saw that MIBR wanted to play further forward so that if there was going to be any pressure in from that B lane, they would have players that could address it very quickly. But I think they're also coming to terms with the idea that Boss are actually spreading out on their attack fairly heavily and allowing these sort of extremities players to poke and probe into bomb sites. MIBR can't let their guard down, even though there's a lot of util being sent by Boss. It doesn't mean that all the players are there.
Darty is struggling a little bit. He's also very worried about the push from BRNSan that does come out around the corner. Exit is taking duels. Insani is the one winning them out, but the trades are still good for Boss. 3-on-3 and full mid control been given to them. Meanwhile, B side as well, as Darty, who's still occupying it. They're avoiding the op by trying to go back to B. Drop is going to be holding things down here.
They're not just going to sit contained within Donut. MIBR, at a certain point, are going to probe for information, and Sani leading the way, that ult right behind it.
It's a game of timings. Will the flank connect before the site hit does? Drop has to hold down the line enough to get at least one kill and keep himself alive. A trade is not good enough here. But he doesn't know where they're coming in from, and now he's second-guessing himself. He's missed the timings. Darty will not be able to spot him out, though. Keeps his life for a while longer. The bomb will not be planted. They're trying to go back inside cave, or rather, I retract my statement. Insani finds Darty, finishes him off. Bone Alone and Freshy need to pull this round out of a hat. Bone Alone will be very concerned about Safe's presence, who is getting aggressive. The AK peeks forward, fantastic frag found, and Insani's been tagged as well. Freshy, in fact, given some cover from that smoke more than anything else. There's no Molotov, there's no util, and Drop good for one, but Bone Alone will be able to fight right back. Insani all alone. Bone peeks into him, and Bone's done it all. A big triple from the big veteran of Boss.
Standing in and standing tall in a big moment there for Boss. I mean, a big frag found inside of cave, eliminating Safe as an element on that retake, and then just shot after shot. They knew where he was, but there was little utility they could do to make his fights and make his life that much harder. Boss off to a 5-2 start, and MIBR do not come in with a bye. They are moving swiftly. And the game plan that Boss came into this so far with has been very effective.
Now they are heading into a stack, though, and this could be the trap, the bear trap. Cryptic, however, he's not afraid of bears. Continues forward. Smoke to delay anyone who's planning on pushing in. They'd have to go in through a big gray wall. And Drop will indeed be looking to do just that, but playing around the corner of the smoke, he has to be so concerned. Re-smoking out the lurk smoke as well, and Drop falls without getting a single frag. Insani around the corner, recovering the MP9. Damage is good, but kills aren't there yet. Safe is still the only one to frag, and Brett now gets involved as well. Safe continues to come through with a B250, but the SMGs are just failing to find the mark.
Yeah, I can't have had too high a hope for that round if you're MIBR, but it does feel like every time that lurk smoke is down on the B bomb side, they get a kill from it. They're making use of that so well here on Boss, and it's weirdly surprising to see how uncomfortable MIBR seem in those kinds of starts, because it's not something that hasn't become more popularized. You know, it's something that I know teams have looked at. FaZe, for example, do very heavily, and they've adopted and adapted it into their own playbook. I mean, Boss are honestly just making all these rounds look so awkward for the majority of these players, especially if they're not having Insani as that first point of contact. You know, he's been the leading man. He's actually performed his role quite comfortably. Everybody else seems a little bit slow on the pickup when those smokes are down.
Of course, on paper, eco round, right? So maybe MIBR can just use that and say, okay, you know what, forget about that for now. Go into this with our own game plan, Safe, right back over to the A site. But Safe's going to be attacked, it feels like, or at least the attack will be threatened. If they can force the rotations back, then the B-bomb site will continue to be a thorn in MIBR's side. Insani, however, wants to get aggressive. Again, this is the counter you outlined, Michael. This is what they tried to go for before too. Safe, meanwhile, close angle, held down, misses the first hit. Freshie does tease it again. But Freshie now on the jump up, located, and Safe was so ready for that frag.
This feels almost identical. This time, Safe's a little bit further back on the A-bomb site, but the control is the same here for MIBR when they last went for this lane control. Boss knew what was coming. They knew that this was exactly what MIBR were going for, and they still have the exact same outcome at the start of the round. Those B players did not want to commit through that smoke. They knew MIBR were heavily challenging. A little bit of mismanagement maybe here from MIBR, deploying an extra smoke towards B a little early.
It also comes with a rotation from drop in the meanwhile. Exit is gone. Insani now trying to fight back. It's a labored spray, but Cryptic can't get the better of him. B-side, pushing through right into BRNizan. He makes it look easy. Boss felt like they might have had a timing window, perhaps. Ooh, that's not what he wanted. I'm sticking low. Darty. This is the stage where honestly a bomb plant would be quite helpful, but it's not going to be able to come through. Drop can just peek right out, and MIBR, when they get that lane control, they look like a completely different team.
Yeah, I mean, it just helps so much to know what their options are. You get a little few, precious few extra seconds as well if you're going to have to rotate into that B play. Should that forward aggression actually not pan out? All upside to playing forward, but it can also be one of those plays that teams account for, counteract, have, you know, Molotovs to flush out some of these more close range angles, some of the pockets you can slide into if you're that CT slide. It does feel like that is the solution for MIBR, but not going to play like that every round. And this, neither are boss. They're going for more of an execute over towards this B site. Safe here with the ult, but drop flashed up, but able to recover in time. Insani is there as backup, a contingency, but he's not even needed. It's dropping Insani, just simply feasting. And BRNizan sweeping up the last on the spam. It was more of a pistol play, just a simple burst here from boss. But MIBR put a stop on it.
I have to say, Safe has been really impressive in always getting that one kill. And on Ancient, honestly, it feels like that's all you really want from your Opera, because your rifles are getting so involved on the mid side of the map. All you need from your Opera is one kill, stay alive, and Safe has been satisfying that equation. It's moments like that when your Opera misses that first shot, then a Tech 9 headshot comes through, there's some chaos all across the board, you don't really know how to play around it, and yeah. But now Brett, he wants to go aggro early ends. Insani peeks up before the smoke blooms, wants to continue fighting as well, and that's where BRNizan can assist. Right down mid, he takes the peek, and Insani still stays alive. BRNizan punished for maintaining forward presence over in Cheetah. The A site is the destination, but Safe is once again playing bodyguard.
He does peel back. It's because Exit's now taking those responsibilities. They'll know that he was playing more around that donut side, but that smoke is far from perfect. They can probe around the side of it, just have to be worried about Plat as a potential position, and they'll be just swell. There's a lot more information than MIBR are aware that boss have.
Darty has moved past here, though. Molotov is very well placed, very well timed, but Bone alone is boosted up. Exit will not be ready. It's a free kill, and that'll start to pull the rotations back. Unfortunately, Darty died just as that happened as well. But around the corner goes Bone. Good damage found, only for Safe to trade out his friend as well. There was a world there. There was a window there. But unfortunately, Darty's demise makes it so Boss's game plan simply can't come into effect.
Yeah, really good catch by our observers as well. The fact that that smoke wasn't perfect, because there's no way they boost up tree if there's a smoke down like that. You don't want to be gray screened, jumping up, and have a player big just staring at you, jumping on one of your teammates' heads. That's a very quick way to get double killed. Because they had that room round it, you know, that was the vulnerability. That was the world in which they maybe pulled that round together if you were boss. But now they come in with pistols. Last round of the half. Had a pretty explosive start to this T side, but MIBR have found some answers. And now all they have to do is tie the bow on this round versus these SMGs and pistols, but Boss are getting a lot of space quite quickly.
Exit's gonna blow open this smoke, and it's gonna be 2 free kills. You think so, but Cryptic is so fast with the tech line. Safe. Flash forward, soon to be smoked off. Immediately rotates, no shots fired, nothing like it. No delays of the sort. Cryptic, in the meanwhile, though, has to be careful about the flank that is being planned by Insani. Who's gonna be the first one to blink? Insani backs off. CTs will be focusing on the retake through spawn more than anything else, but Drop is consistently aware that Darty likes to play these lurking spots back to B. Ones that are currently unoccupied. Cryptic, inside Donut, has got back up, swings out wide! 2 big frags, and now Freshie on the bomb side is hoping to cut off BRLison's head with that Tech 9, swings out wide and keeps the fight going, safe around the corner, cannot hit the shot, and Boss maintain that advantage.
I mean, what a round from Cryptic. That instant trade round the smoke for Exit, gets his hands on that rifle, and just as they're setting up the flash for the retake, they knew that Donut was compromised. Cryptic swung right before they were ready for it, just hitting instant headshots. That was a round that they were working off a little, but Cryptic's the one that makes it go the extra mile.
And it's nice to see that second dimension as well towards the very end. It felt like their only win condition in that lurk smoke was finally mitigated. They take mid through with a nice half-buy setup, double peeking in with the Tech 9s, yeah. Just enabling Cryptic to have that moment.
I mean, definitely some cutesy plays from Boss throughout that T side.
For
but
sure.
once they realized that they were figured out, you know, they went for a couple more of these executes. They went, and they were traditionally on the low buys. This time it was fast mid control, and man, does Cryptic make do.
To be honest, it feels like nading open that smoke might have just helped them a little bit more in that circumstance. Otherwise, if they were just planning on swinging out normally, that doesn't go so well.
Also, very fast pistol here from MIBR. They're just charging straight into the B bomb site, and that's because there's actually, weirdly, nobody home. Just playing far back. Darty wanted to try and keep himself alive, but he gets gunned, as does Brett on the rotate. So MIBR, B bomb site, straight into this pistol.
We've just transitioned from a nice weaving pistol from Boss to just MIBR. Yeah, just press W, bro. Boss goes back, checks for mid control, sees if there's anyone there, no one flanking, get the full execute out with a belt out.
Yeah, hold my smoke. They're not ready for this.
Oh, well. I don't think there's much you can say about that one from Boss other than, yeah, it just kind of got rolled, got to get over it and move on. Curious to see whether they go for the 4 spies or not. Of course, they will have these 2 Kevlars saved.
Terrorists win.
Oh, they should and they will. Drop could have chased a little bit further if he was feeling frisky, but just happy with the extra round win. Very emphatic start to the second half. MIBR, I mean, basically faced no resistance on this pistol round. I mean, yeah, you can see Darty, by the time he realizes just how close they are, they're already swinging wide from that long side.
Double Zeus.
It's good positions for it.
You love to see it.
I mean, going into Cave, in particular, is... I mean, it's honestly a horror movie if you're up against those Zeuses.
It's asking for depth, really, at that point. If you're not going to molly out the angle, and it feels like they will.
Uh-oh.
Well, you know what? Lightning meet fire. One of those can be controlled a little bit more effectively. Safe. Swings out onto the B-bomb site, and there you have it. That should be the end of the round. Mac 10 can choose to hunt if Drop wants to go out aggressively. I just added the 10 to his name. He's a 10 out of 10 from me, Mark. Even if Furia might not have agreed. Man done very hard by. You know, it felt like he was one of the players who was really fulfilling an excellent role there, and now that he's coming to MIBR, you're seeing that proven again. He's added so much to this team. Great at clutches, good at late rounds, fantastic early round decision-making as an anchor as well.
Yeah, it really felt like MIBR got, honestly, kind of incredibly lucky that Furia weren't going to keep Drop and Safe.
It's like, wait, what? You're giving us one of the best ops and one of the best anchor.
Yeah.
Oh God, you're really driving a hard bargain for me, baby.
Drop was just one of those anchor players that seemingly kind of came out of nowhere. And Safe, you know, had, I think, a bit more attention drawn to him as being one of these prospect AWPers. Everyone was asking, go to FURIA, go to FURIA, go to FURIA. It didn't work out the way that they really planned to, but that was also just not really Safe's identity, the way that they wanted to try and play that AWP. But on this team, it feels like he's given a lot more respect, a lot more sort of space to play that style. That was actually a reason as to why he was considered one of those prospects. And it feels like the glove fits. So MIBR team are quite a lethal roster. Even if they come into 2024 a little, you know, sleepy perhaps. 2023 was definitely more of an impactful finish to the year. They are definitely one of these teams that cannot be slept on. But Boss are making a good case for themselves as well.
If not for the fact that Insani is sporting a whopping 110 ADR, that would have been a very different first half as well. Of course, one of the big stars, and he is hoping to continue forward on this T side. Drop the man to threaten aggression as he pushes forward into lane, but there's no contest from Boss. Not in mid, at least. All alone. What's the plan? Is there going to be a flash? Is there going to be any assistance? No, there's only going to be a threat, and that threat is quickly neutralized. Oh, wants to keep it going. Gets information as well. Darty, in the meanwhile, is about to be challenged. It might be safe, but he's not the kind to walk through a smoke. Oppers very seldom are. Cryptic, position is solid. Boost is there as well. They swing out, they're good for one, and that's the problem. Cryptic just gets a trade. Damage as well, but he can't finish off Drop, left with barely any HP. Drop forced to call in his bigger brother to try and fight his fights for him. Safe now in the playground. But is he about to eat a fistful of sand?
Cryptic doesn't spam back. Just knows that Freshie has his entrance, knows he can't be wrapped. The Molotov with Capone will force him forward, but there's that cover. Safe dropped, and Cryptic just maintaining his attention over at ramp. Drop does find that trade, but comes in with that pre-fire. 35 seconds, that bomb loose, and just simply no health on Drop. He's calling it quits. Boss will breach in with their first round, and it's when they get their hands on these rifles.
And again, it's not like I'm looking at this and saying, oh my God, there's a star performance, but the communication is there, the chemistry, the timings, they're really hitting all the right notes to this song. Boost is perfectly placed. And then, like you mentioned, Fresh is providing that cover. There you have it.
Yeah.
Full faith in your teammates.
It's one of those things that, you know, the North American region almost gets attributed with being a little bit too loose, a little bit too puggy at times. You know, there were certain periods where the North American region wasn't credited with just how well they could actually play some of these crossfires and actually have that extra strategic depth to them.
And I'll be honest, it feels like the North American region more and more has gone towards that structure because these younger players are hearing about how, oh my God, NA is so buggy, and they don't want that anymore, right?
Yeah.
They think that the path forward is with util, is with crossfires, and sometimes you've missed out on your next big star perhaps, but the foundational territory that is built is fantastic. It really is.
I love the idea of being able to break stereotypes, especially when it comes to, I mean, hyper important tournaments like these RMRs.
Oh, they know it. They heard that drop down.
Almost certainly.
Don't know if they've realized that was two players. But speaking of drop down, Drop might end up down. Quick double peek out as well. Flash will do nothing to the CTs down in middle. Bonelone able to back off. Is there going to be any assistance? Or are they going to choose to abandon mid? It seems like the latter. No one's watching out for headroom. Control for that can be free. Instead, aggression being planned for Cheetah, but they're going to be going into 2D side. Players Drop only good for the one. Cryptic trades, and he knows there's another around the corner. Exit's got the pre-fire. Dink or not, he's got advantages.
It's a big kill to find, but will Exit actually be able to hold on to that control because he didn't keep on applying that pressure over towards B, and his teammates are starting to link up, creep their way through those doors. You just have to hope that Fresher receives some support, but Boss simply have the wrong read. Doubling up inside a temple, they know that Red Room could be compromised as well, so Freshie is somewhat fed to the wolves here.
At the same time, Exit surely doesn't think there's someone this close again. I mean, he's already gotten 2 kills. Well, not just him, but they have already gotten 2 kills inside Cave.
Could get Freshie the spam.
He doesn't want to reveal his position, though. They're still playing for the retake. Brett's got a Molotov. And Exit's going to be able to find Freshie, spots out the barrel of the silencer, makes that duel easy for himself. And with that, Boss have got no choice but to turn back and save.
Yeah, that was, in a weird way, there was a world in which if Freshie had gone for that spam and actually hit on it, you know, they didn't have utility to segment off angle, so they couldn't go for the more safe plant when they don't have cave control. So they had to plant, you know, safe from long and short, and because of that, there was, you know, that possibility opening up was, it kind of felt like the best possible way that they could have found at least an equalizing frag. Even if Freshie's position's given up, he knows that they can be in so many different positions. He just hoped that he wasn't getting completely locked into that cave.
And unfortunately, I mean, Boss do sort of paint themselves into a corner by trying to push double forward into a smoked off Cheetah, right? And it feels like they expected to find a kill with their mid double, right? They're hoping that they can find drop. They've heard that drop down from Insani. They've got a smoke through. And if they're not going to be able to find that kill and force out someone from Cheetah, then their 2 players from Cheetah are just going to be caught in that difficult spot where you just can't get 2 kills there, to be honest.
It's also one of those things where, you know, you consider the sort of regional competition within the Americas. Like when you think about North American competition, I'm sure, you know, doubling up and replaying back into a bomb site in the North American region actually works out quite heavily because there's so many players that are willing to play extremities and play these late lurking situations. MIBR stylistically aren't typically one of those teams. You know, we think about what they were doing on CT sides. They were challenging in through middle when they were at a deficit. They were trying to hunt for information to try and whittle down numbers in more of these rotationary spots as opposed to extremities. So that might just be one of those intercontinental disparities between them.
Yeah. No disparity in the rounds, however, as we have equalized 8-8. Another timeout from MIBR, maybe just to calculate the money, figure out what the likely circumstances are. I don't know if they're expecting a full eco like this outside of the saved weapons, but regardless, Freshie is hoping to threaten with that God-blessed power of lightning that he wields in his back pocket. Awkward angle to be playing in from, I have to say, in the middle of that A site. I expect him to take some control maybe back in Donut. But in the meanwhile, Brett just shows presence. Boss have the advantage that theoretically, this could have been a force buy. There could have been a farmer's drop from Brett, maybe from Bone alone as well. So MIBR has to treat it as such. But Bone alone, in the meanwhile, is not doing the same. He is getting aggressive right down middle. There is a timing. He should be catching it. Good for 1. And he spotted drop as well. So this double Cheetah setup will be allowed to maintain. And meanwhile, Freshie, all he has to do is keep control of Red Room with that USP. Brett's naded up, but he takes that first angle only to be taken down by a second nade. Biarenezan finishes him off, and their gun is not in a recoverable position either. Darty, position revealed, but they're baiting it for Cryptic. He's been spotted. Wants to continue fighting. The 5-7 finds nothing.
Man, such a well-orchestrated round here from MIBR. The utility they got down, the double nade as well to the back of the bomb site, because they funnel him into that position, round that short side smoke, and he just got obliterated by those nades. Ooh, that's a lovely kill there from Freshie. There's not much you can do about that if you drop. But it doesn't have any real bearings on the round. MIBR break past, even though Pone alone made actually kind of a ballsy play, a very brave peek, got spotted pushing A main, decided to peel back, and then hit a different timing and caught MIBR. It's still not enough to deter them away from B.
Yeah, unfortunately, unless he got that double kill over there onto both of the players, it felt like it's a good idea, but it was all on Brett, right?
Had to get something and ended up empty-handed. Ult is out here now for Pone, but same smoke over on B. This time Cryptic flashing for himself and drop floored. It's only the trade from Biarenezan on the spam that they can be happy about.
And he can do nothing about that either. Cryptic only has to shrug and move on, but Safe is hoping to use that same smoke before it dissipates. A Molotov deep does reveal his position, and that position is then eliminated. This time, Brett's the one who's getting invisible kills rather than invisible deaths. Freshie. Molotov doesn't really do too much other than funnel Insani forward to a destination he was already planning on maintaining, and what a frag he finds, Brett. Looked like he was ready for that, but a quick peek from Insani will still be his undoing, and the A site is where MIBR plan to attack.
Boss seem to have quite a good read of that, though. They're starting to gravitate away from the B play. They've got 2 already set up on A, so MIBR can't anticipate that it's only just the 1 anchor left.
At the same time, Born Alone will also be able to just block out that lurk. It all comes down to Freshie and Darty up against Bjarnason and Exit. Slow push forward into the site they go. Bjarnason will have his gun barrel spotted. Freshie gets that kill for free, hugs out the headshot boxes, and Darty knows where Exit is as well. Freshie makes him unnecessary, and Born Alone, who's been watching that potential flank all in the meanwhile, gives Boss a 9th with 3 players maintained.
Yeah, perfectly done. Perfectly read from Boss as well, creating this situation where as soon as Freshie takes that first point of contact, because they have that extra man there, they're basically lining up for a trade at least. They knew where Insani was last position, and it's very awkward once you're spotted red to actually peel back, you know, especially if you don't have B-side presence. You could be shot from ledge. They could be on that mid-floor already. Who knows? So that's just try and maintain his position, especially because he was low.
So much damage. So much damage, and the boost up doesn't land. A deep nade won't be helpful either, but MIBR does evade the brunt of the damage at least. And they've got all 5 players here ready to try and make a play to find a pick.
Almost a mistake there from Safe, making that step just before he peaked, because you could see that Pwn was ready to flick up to it, so probably counting their lucky stars that didn't end poorly.
Look at how heavy Boss is willing to lean. They're expecting a fast play, they're expecting an execute, but MIBR resetting this will have to make them think twice. Do you want to get aggressive? Do you want to go for map control? We haven't seen a B lane take from them yet. Would be a great time to do it, would give them so much information, but MIBR might not give them the time to try and make that play.
They're poised for a split, and Boss are not in great positions for this. Freshie will be that first port of call. There's so much utility available here for MIBR, but they're trying to creep their way in.
Freshie might end up being the only port of call at this point. Brett will not really be able to fight up against the donor players too early in. Freshie good for 1. Can he make it 2? No. And now Brett has to find it. Gets a player with the Molotov in his hand. That'll be Exit's death met. Meanwhile, Cryptic brings that MP9 forward. Brett continues to hold down the line. Big double, and Drop will need the same to try and make this possible, but time is running low and the bomb is being planted. Swings out wide, spots Darty, but Darty just fades back into a fading smoke. Boss regained the lead, 10-9.
Boss are doing a great job of being able to play off of each other in these moments. I mean, you couldn't have asked for more between Brett and Freshie on that A play. Freshie taking that first contact, him dying as the anchor, and there just being another player right behind him, capitalizing on players pulling util on MIBR. And the thing is, they got segmented off. There was a Molotov down inside of A main, so there was effectively a no second prong to the assault, no second part to the split. Not much you can really split if there's only one side of it, funnily enough. That's all the extra space that Brett needed.
And that's where MIBR putting that many players inside that B-side potential hit early on is what really comes back to bite them. By the time you reset back into a position where a split is possible, like you said, all the utility on one side, all the flashes, all the Molotovs, and then you've got your spacing and all the rotations coming from Boss as well, and right in time.
This is where some of the analysis on MIBR could just be, I mean, listen, these guys do like to play as a pack. You know, you don't see these Extremities players hunting so aggressively. You don't see them trying to be the ones that make plays. They like playing within their own pack and hunting for those trades. All seem to be playing around that quite well so far on CT. Double setup inside of Donut this time over when they've had typically Freshie sat behind those boxes, that default box on A. Have to wonder, have to expect that MIBR are paranoid that that will be exactly, I mean, a very similar position. They're playing more for a retake on the A play should there be a smoke that obscures their vision. Donut.
Insani just gave out a sound cue so that the donor players would try and hunt him down. That allows the exit to be set up for a boost if he can find the shot onto Cryptic. If Cryptic goes overly aggressive, there is a world where you get a bomb plant. Just Brett to deal with at that stage, but time's been given out to the CTs to reset and now reinforce back into Donut, and back to Donut they go. They know exactly what's coming their way. Brett and Cryptic just hold down Mouse One, and they're more than happy to collect on these frags. Boss looking very good, potentially one gun round away from a big upset.
Yeah, I mean, this would be one way to start here in the Americas RMR. I think if you ask anybody that watches the region, most would have MIBR over Boss. Yeah, I think they're definitely considered one of the favorites within the Brazilian region even. You know, we think about the trifecta of teams, you know, you're thinking Imperial, MIBR, and FURIA as really the top three at the moment, I think, within that region. Boss have played a very solid game plan, through and through.
Look at this aggression. Baron is in his air to punish, but do they realize there's another player still present? Insani will go by unnoticed. 4v3 found. Freshie. Smoke dissipating. Born alone around the corner, and I think that his shoulder was spotted only to turn back in and continue fighting, but a missed shot is there, and now they've rotated away Freshie as well. They're not ready for this A-hit. Bone has to hold down the line. But MIBR, they don't actually have the donut smoke. They've not been prioritizing that, so maybe Pone would have still been able to be a threat, and they realize that. They back off. But in doing so, give Boss time to reset. Back over to mid they go. Insani, if he falls too soon here, he can't guarantee his team's ascent to the B bomb site. That's the timing window they're hoping to hit, and he's gone. He's immediately eliminated. How are they going to cross the op? That's what Bone alone is hoping to prevent from doing. Great kill, and the collateral as well. The nade forward, and they're going to continue to fight. Pistols out, MIBR cannot scale onto the bomb site. Finally, in a position to plant the bomb. But the advantage, HP, numbers, utility, everything to CT's safe has to put up the kills immediately. Needs to swing out. Freshie though gets the frag and drops, got nothing to work with. HP dwindling. Time as well running out. CT's need to push soon, and drop finds nothing. Boss on 12. Boss on match point.
It felt like we had a round almost identical to this on MIBR CT side as well. That retaking of middle. This time they do it as a whole pack there on Boss. Once they realized that that A site went completely quiet, they had cheated rotates away from that B bomb site. They stick together, they find Insani on that lurk, and then all of a sudden, even though that bomb site is breached, it's this AWP. It was the scout of safe when it happened for MIBR. But Pone, I mean, that quick scope did so much.
33-year-old talent, man, that's what he is.
Yeah, he was the 33-year-old prodigy. A man that was once the identity of the party astronauts, now here stepping up big for Boss as well. MIBR on their 100% map win rate on Ancient could have that big number, that triple digits, felled by this plucky little North American underdog.
And I have to say, Cryptic is doing some fantastic calling right now and putting up the numbers all together.
Feels so free-flowing when he's hitting frags himself. Definitely one of these frag into proper mindset in-game leaders. He finds the space.
There's only one thing you can ask. 100% win rate who?
Made in Brazil. Or in Mexico.
And there's a lot of manufacturing, but it's all North American. Shout out to good trade agreements.
Still got to get that one more round, though.
And Brett is the one looking to produce. Good for one, almost a second, but can't finish it off, and that's where drop comes into factor. Darty, right around the corner he goes, and it's only Insani, crippled, walking with blood over his body. And an expectation on his shoulders that he surely cannot have. 13 and a massive upset. The second game of the Americas RMR. Boss, take it away.
MIBR's favorite map. It's Boss's too, but you see how much this means to them. They have just completely upset the map that I can't believe they even picked or allowed into. But let's see how that desk reacts as well.
Well, there we have it. Boss, after winning their T-side pistol and then losing the follow-up round, have managed to close out this map and therefore the series over on Ancient. Dust, talk to me. Was this much of a surprise for you seeing their performance on this?
Absolutely. I mean, you're talking about a Made in Brazil team who has had top 4 finishes internationally up against a Boss team who has been kind of in the middle of the pack of North American regional play, coming in with the stand-in and Pwn alone, dealing with quite a lot. And then you're facing a team made in Brazil who have won their last 10 games in a row on this map of Ancient and have looked like one of the best teams in Americas on Ancient, to be quite honest with you. And it is fantastic to see, you know, an underdog like Boss be able to step in like this, because not only were they not favored to win this particular map against this particular team, they just weren't favored to do much in this tournament in general. So to make a bold statement in this opening match is fantastic for Boss. I tip my hat to them.
It's really got to
even though I don't
taste
have
good
one
as well. You know, it's got to feel really good. You know that they're playing for Cynic as well going into this, and just getting that first win, which arguably is a big upset win with a team like MIBR on the other side of the map today. That's just got to feel really, really good for Boss. So, look, props to them. Big performance. But the thing is, if they keep up this kind of performance, is it going to be enough to carry them to the major? Because I hope it is. I really hope it is for Boss.
Now, on the MIBR front, on the MIBR side of things as well, is there any key factor that you think really contributed to their downfall on this Ancient map?
I'm really not sure. It felt like everyone on Boss was just playing out of their damn minds. And maybe it comes down to what we were saying quickly on the desk before the game went live, really quickly, is that, you know, there was a lot of reps from MIBR on Ancient that Boss could have a look at. Boss loved playing this. It felt like they were just able to know exactly what MIBR were doing. Every time MIBR looked like they might have had an opportunity, you'd see just some crazy old nuts plays coming out of Boss. And that's what it comes down to in a best of one. Whoever's better on the day is going to take the cake, and Boss was doing all the cutting.
Yeah, and I think one key thing to take away from this as well is when we take a look at the scoreboard, it seemed as though there was consistent fragging capabilities across the board, across both of these teams as well, Dust. Was there anybody that you were focusing on before we headed into this match to really be a driving force?
I mean, early on the Made in Brazil side, it'd be the young rifling kind of duo coming up from MIBR Academy, which is BRN and Insani. And Insani did have a pretty good game, to be fair, but, you know, Safe on the AWP was a lot more off than I thought he was going to be. Meanwhile, on the other side, you pretty much had Boss firing on all cylinders. I mean, Cryptic was leading not only as the IGL, but also in the metrics when it comes to kills and ADR. And really, everyone stepped up and made big plays at different points in time throughout this process. And I mean, you know, a very scrappy start to the game, but Boss settled in pretty quickly, get a pretty nice lead on their T side. Made in Brazil fight back a little bit, you know, kind of winning that to the 5 out of 6 round stretch as you transition to halves. But I mean, look at the domination by Boss that last 5 rounds. Only 1 bomb plant allowed and all of that as well.
Another stat that is pretty telling right now is that Boss only got 10 of the entries. They played 20 rounds. That means there's 3 of those rounds they lost the first opening. So playing on a 4v5 and managing to get those 3 is enough to really make it hard mentally for MIBR, because when you know you get those opening picks, you want to be locking that down like 90% of the time, right? And that was just not good enough for MIBR after getting the openings. But look, standout player, Cryptic for sure, doing a large amount of work. And in terms of kills, he's right up there, but it's also about the rest of the players as well. I think it was Freshy. The positioning he was playing with multiple times there on the A side. That was something I was noticing on the CT side. He knew which angles MIBR was going to clear, and he just played the slide off angle behind default, shifting up the positioning every now and then as well. But it just always worked out. It always allowed them to just play the numbers and play it so strong every time they did have those number advantages.
I'd also like to give a shout out to Insani as well, because especially early game, I feel like he was definitely putting in a shift somewhere along the line though, but it almost seemed like the puzzle pieces weren't really clicking for him. What about on your front, Dust? Anybody you really want to shout out?
I mean, I just want to shout out the entirety of Boss just as a unit. I mean, again, I can't tell you how much of a bold statement this is to come out in a situation where you're the clear underdog. You can't lose more than once, otherwise you're out of this tournament. You're up against a team who have been kind of the kings of ancient in the Americas region. And again, it was mentioned, I believe, by Yumi in the casting booth that yes, this is a map that this Boss team does like to play, and they've had some pretty decent results, but not to the same caliber of Made in Brazil have won their last 10 in a row, right? But as you were kind of talking about, that provides a lot of film. And I think that Made in Brazil are a very like fine-tuned, structured machine, but if you can kind of figure out exactly how it operates, they don't have a whole lot of crazy adjustments that they make or like wild, scrappy, you know, curveballs that they throw at you. They have a pretty set system, and if you can kind of identify that and figure out counters for it, you can find ways to pave a way forward, and I feel like that's what Boss is able to do.
Well, you know what, boys? The first two best of ones are out of the way with, but we still have Pain Gaming versus Legacy coming up. Dust, you're going to be leaving us for that one, so I want to get your quick thoughts. Who do you think is going to be walking away with a victory on that?
I think that's the most interesting game, I think, of this mainstream, to be honest with you. It's hard for me to call. I kind of maybe slight tilt towards Legacy, but I don't know, honestly. I think it could be a toss-up.
All right, so basically you're telling us it could go overtime. Whether or not that will be the case, there's only one way to find out, and that's after this break.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection. And simple. No! It's Olaf who's been on top of the box, though. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker, Odyssey.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded ODDIK 2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, ODDIK 2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, ODDIK 2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Well, the PGL CS2 Americas RMR certainly continues to deliver. And this time around, we've got none other than Pimp. Jacob, talk to me. How are you feeling to be back in this wonderful studio?
It feels good to be back. Had a bit of a break after the European one that was also very eventful. So good to catch some fresh air and get back into it now.
Certainly looking forward to this Americas matchup. We've got Pain Gaming taking on Legacy. Key takeaways based off of previous performances for this match?
I mean, two teams who's been around for quite some time. Legacy used to be 0-0 Nation, didn't find too much success in that iteration of it. Cold Zero, obviously, a player who's been around for forever, so there's some Legacy players sort of in this team. Pain Gaming as well, a team that always has a bit of a say in these RMRs. They have a great history of making it far, but not too far, sort of. They're always in the 2-2 layer, can't quite figure it out. So it's two teams with high ambitions, but also two teams who have been struggling recently within the North American region.
It feels like as well, looking at Pain in particular, they've had a couple of roster swaps as well, which has definitely taken a lot of their firepower away. So that's why you're seeing in recent history, they're not having the performances, they're not making it to the big events that we were kind of expecting them to. But you're looking at Legacy there as well, and they've got a lot of experience, a lot of big names that have been around for a while. It's just a matter of, can they find that form to try and solidify a spot at the major? Head-to-head between the two teams, it's looking like Legacy should have the edge off of past results, but it's all going to boil down to where this veto is going, because in best of ones, it could be a coin flip.
Well, we mentioned it at the very start of the day that these two teams somehow managed to narrowly miss out on facing off versus one another. But Jacob, what can you tell me about the times that they have?
Well, last time, as you see on your screen right now, it wasn't a great game for Pain at all. Anubis was the map they were playing. Doubt we're going to see that map again today. Legacy were absolutely destroying them. Cold Zero topping the scoreboards, which we don't see too often anymore. So that was a great sign for them. Obviously, this was a game in the qualifier for the RMR. So Legacy head-to-head, they have the upper edge in that one. I will say on paper as well, they have the better team. They have the more experience. They have the more tenured players as well. I would argue they have the more firepower on the server as well. So, everything that points right now in the direction of the Legacy guys. There's a bit of a grudge match going on though. NQC used to be a player within Legacy, used to be a player within 0-0 Nation. That was a player that back in the day, they bought him for a quite substantial amount of money. Never really found his footing. He's obviously still young, couldn't really get it going within 0-0 Nation, fake natty Legacy, whatever they were called at the time being. Now in Pain Gaming, and he's performing. He's looking like their best shot. He's looking like their best player, statistically speaking, the player who's having the highest output on the server. So NQC didn't really work out in Legacy. He's working out much, much better in Pain Gaming, and for them to win the game or remain competitive in a game against Legacy, he needs to play well.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes on that one just to see how he goes. But look, it's not only the grudge match, it's all about where this best of one's being played, right? That's what I want to talk about, because the map pool, it's pretty similar between them, but every time they go to, whatever map, it feels like one map goes one side, one map goes the other way. And the only real balanced map I'm seeing at the moment is like Ancient, which we've seen so many times today, so many times over the last week. But is there a chance we're going to go to Mirage? Because I feel like they've gone head-to-head once or twice on this one before in the past. And I don't know if it's a good place to go, especially with, the AWP buffs, so to speak, the Peak's advantage getting nerfed. I just feel like this is going to be a key point that we need to focus on. And if Cold Zero, last time they went head-to-head was playing really well, now picking up the AWP again, AWPs feel better now. On LAN as well, is that going to be a difference maker?
What are we thinking? Mirage a possibility?
Yeah, it's a possibility. I think a lot of the maps in the pool right now are a possibility. When you look at the map pool and when you look at what they've played internally against each other, as you said, it's been fluctuating a little bit. There's been some Anubis, there's been some Mirage, there's been a little bit of everything in that veto. Again, for these teams, it's very hard from the outside to get a good grasp of where they feel strong at. It's also after a break now. I know they've been playing some online cups, some online qualifiers, but there has been a bit of a break. We're not going to see Mirage, we're not going to see Vertigo, Ancient out of the mix as well. Anubis going out, Inferno, no surprise. No one wants to play Inferno anymore, so we get a bit of Overpass.
I didn't see that coming.
No, not necessarily. It's a map that Legacy have had a very high success rate on. 4 times played the past 3 months. They won it every single time. So if I'm Legacy right now, I'm feeling comfortable. On the other hand, it's a map that Pain Gaming haven't played the past 3 months at all. So you're going into this game a bit blind if you're Legacy. Is that an advantage that you're winning the games on it? Yes. Is it an advantage that you can't look at your opponent? You don't know what's coming? No. So it's a bit of a weird one for me. I did not see that coming either.
Yeah. So Legacy going for it, and of course that means that you'd expect that Pain Gaming have something up their sleeves, but Pain getting the start on the CT side, is that a good thing now? You know, Overpass historically has been a CT-sided map, but we've seen that going everywhere since CS2's been brought out the new iteration of the map. But I'm keen just to see some Overpass. I don't think I've seen it in the last week, and I just want to see a good best of one between these two teams, even though I'm feeling like I'm leaning towards Legacy personally.
Now, even though statistically Legacy are ultimately favoured in this Overpass matchup, what do Pain Gaming need to bring to the table in order to be able to win this best of one?
I mean, we spoke about them in QC. I think their op presence on a map like Overpass is more important than maps like, let's say, Inferno, Ancient as well. Anubis, you can get away with not having the strongest op on the server. I think Overpass is still one of the maps where the AWP player, especially on the CT side, as you were touching upon, gets to dictate the game, right? You can be aggressive towards toilet, you can be aggressive towards A-long, you can roam around, you can take a lot of free shots and then fall back, and then if you're good defensively with the op, you sort of have a chance of dictating the pace on the CT side. So I'm looking towards NQC, I'm looking towards the AWP players on the server. And for Pain Gaming as well, man on the screen right here, Big Ozera. There was a point in time a year and a half ago where he was being looked at as maybe the next big in-game leading talent coming out of the Brazilian scene. He stagnated a little bit, he stayed in Pain Gaming, they haven't really found their success. On a map like Overpass, you said that the T side can be incredible tough. So having a tenured and experienced in-game leader in Big Ozera, that can be a helping hand as well.
That's also just familiarity and also, you know, how comfortable these players are. You know, obviously they haven't had reps as a team on Overpass, but you never know what they're doing individually, practice-wise. You don't know what they're doing in scrims. Maybe there's a reason no one's taken Overpass to them, because they know what they're capable of. You know, all the players obviously know things we don't, and that's going to be, you know, the secret behind the sauce. We've already seen one big upset today with that boss win coming through, and I don't know if any of these teams getting a win is an upset. I'd argue Pain at the moment getting a win over Legacy would be an upset, just after talking to a couple of individuals around the studios or online as well. But Legacy, it's their map to lose.
I'm curious as well, following the information that you've given us, Jacob, about NQZ, you know, being a former Legacy player. What can he actually bring to the table for them? Strats-wise, how well does he actually know how they play Overpass?
I mean, he would know the tendencies of coldzera, how he's calling and how he's approaching the game. Some of the players he's up against in Dumao, Lado, ex-teammates as well. He know what kind of tendencies they have. And I guess as an AWP player, it's easier for you to exploit that a little bit in that regard. So look out for NQC. He's going to be a win condition for sure.
Well, there we go. Jackie and Vince, you can go ahead and take it from here.
Oh, thank you, Jazz. Coming into this one, Legacy, a 4-map win streak on Overpass. They're going to be so happy it slipped into the veto, Vince.
Yeah, especially as it's a map that Pain don't typically play themselves. So as they were touching on the desk there, in terms of the veto, I think you've got to say that Legacy have come out already with a bit of a mini W. It does mean that they're going to be on the T side to start off with, and obviously we've seen many times over the EU and the Asian RMRs, this can be a bit of a problem, but if they can get started out correctly, if they can get started out with a bit of success, things get interesting. Speaking of which, a triple stack up, shades of Olofmeister.
Oh yeah, mate. Rolling back the years for that one. Little bit of a cheeky boost to start things off, but no success from it. The binoculars came out, but there was no exotic birds flying by for them to scribble down in the notepad. Instead, Legacy, they're making their move up through Connector, getting inches closer towards that very stacked defense on the A site, Vince.
Yeah, super stacked with 4 players right now. Kaz, the rest of his team, Nissam is up there as well. Lux on the cross. They got Biggest Error for a fast rotation. But Legacy, they're not fully committing just yet. They still have plenty of time. They've got that smoke and a couple of flashes. They're anticipating a flank round the back. coldzera is very much aware of that presence, but NQZ takes the shot, falls back, and now Legacy can start to spill onto the site.
Here we go. The push kicks off as Neckers runs in, beheads the first, a little bit laboured on the second, he falls, and it's getting a bit awkward. At least the frags are eventually confirmed, and it drops down to just 2. Big Ozera up towards the bank, looking to make some money, but he gets hit with a haymaker initially, and this isn't looking great. Pistol round firmly in the hands of Legacy, opening it up how they would like to start off this best of one. Oh, there we go, mate. They're straight in, Vince. The energy's there.
There's the passion, there's the rivalry that they were touching on with the desk. Obviously, players having been in teams together not that long ago. coldzera
hyped up, pumped up, and another worrying trend if you're Pain there is that they had the players in the right position, they had an A stack, and they still got completely destroyed. Well-placed flashbangs, trades going back and forth, and it looked a little bit grim for Pain, extremely flat on that defense. They're going to go in for the full-on force, scout a couple of MP9s, a couple of Deagles as well, but Legacy coming straight back in with 4 of their own rifles and taking quick short control. There's going to be another boost up here, up on the flower beds and simultaneously on Graffiti. Does do a bit of damage, but no kills as of yet.
All the boosts all over the place, and the MP9 on the elevated angles actually done so much damage as well. Yeah, it's not a frag, but they're lucky to be standing at this point. So CT-wise, looking pretty good coming into this round, actually, to piece it together. The initial chip damage, although unconfirmed in some places, does give them a bit of a leg up.
Very curious as well in future rounds, Jackie, if we see those nade stacks that a lot of teams now throw, especially in the EU region, they throw 2 or 3 over onto the Graffiti boost.
Yeah.
May very well be something that gets conditioned in here for Legacy, but although tons of damage across to the T's, they still come out ahead with the first pick. It's Nekis with his Galil, 2 players about a bullet away from death. With 50 seconds left on the clock, they have the advantage.
45 seconds. As the clock begins to tick away, they take their steps through Monster. Coldzera hunting for the first, gets an easy backstab off. Transfer's not there for the second, the MP9 only good for 1, but there's a scout in play, back towards Graffiti, and he does leave a bit of a splatter on the ground.
These forced rotations as well, alongside it. Oh. NQZ with another one, repositions up into heaven. And splinters away some of these T's, one of which is the low Dumau. He's heard connector being opened up and knows he has to fall back, but that could be into the embracing arms of NQZ with this scout. Although the bomb has been planted down, the T's are going to feel anything but comfortable at this point. But there's no kit and no grenades for Pain to play with either. So every second that goes by is so detrimental. What a shot from NQZ that is. Oh. And Bigazera with the Deagle going to lay down the lore, and Pain gets straight back in with one of their own.
Oh, you thought they could scream loud. Oh, Vince, it's just beginning, mate. Good set of pipes on him. Fantastic work with the scout as well, man. That's worth its weight in gold. Who needs an AWP, Vince? You're hitting snapshots like that, single-handedly, repelling the push. Great repositioning as well. That was a really sick round.
Yeah, some absurd frags from NQZ. Nekis the first to fall. It was this shot as well when he repositioned back up into heaven. And not only was it a kill, it denied the bomb plant for an extra 10 or so seconds. And that last shot he lands onto Dumau is beautiful. He was low, but it didn't make any difference. Even with full Kevlar, that was an insta-kill shot. So Legacy straight back in with their force buy. And we had a few thoughts as this being potentially a scrappy game coming into it. It's living up to that mantle. Nissim, though, is going to try and put this down cleanly. Runs out of ammunition, but he has the crossfire spray. And this should be a massacre. Hard to see how Nekis gets anything from this. He does get a Molotov kill from beyond the grave. But Coldzera's left in a 1-on-4.
The Martyr Molly, all they take from that round. Pain converted quite quickly with just the 1 casualty. So relatively, things going swimmingly for them. Straight back into the driving position of the game. Huge momentum in the way that they've been able to find these rounds as well. Everyone warming up, coming into it looking pretty red hot into this matchup. And you're right, man. I think this is going to be one of those where out of all the games we've got tonight, I think over all of day 1 of Americas, this should probably have the markings of being a very tight affair. We're looking at a lot of those scrappy rounds. Wouldn't be surprised if this goes the distance.
Even with it being Overpass, you know, it definitely raised an eye. We both thought it could be Overpass coming into this, Anubis or Overpass, what our guess is. And although Bigazera hyper-aggressive, he knows he's against an eco round, and that is a money grenade. Dispatching many health bars in the process. NQZ takes the shot and falls back intelligently, doesn't want to get overwhelmed by these Glocks and P250s, but it feels like normal business is going to resume here, Jackie. This should be a pretty straightforward 3-1 with Legacy into a buy in the next round.
Yeah, the revolving door round. 1 by 1 walk on in, reset it, and go next. For now, though, you've got a bit of long control to work with. Find a path onto the bomb site, potentially. Your eyes will be glistening. If you can get the plant down, make a little bit of extra money. Boost has been spotted. Lux knows exactly where they are, and they reset themselves back round towards front toilets, but you're going into the awaiting arms of Bigazera. He peeks out, claims the first.
And again, doesn't overstay his welcome. It's really good to see from Pain. especially in a match that means a lot to these players, you know, in terms of the personal rivalries, what's on the table as well, in terms of, you know, the chance at a major. Kicking off with a 1-0 is a huge bonus, especially in this current system with the 5 teams going through. This is even more of a push towards the major. To make sure you don't overextend and get overzealous and get carried away in the moment is really important. Now, Lucas may get triple peaked. It's unlikely this is going to yield too much from this position. 20 seconds left on the clock, and the M4 has been laid to rest alongside the rest of Legacy. So no post plant, the 1 kill. Not too shabby, all things considered, but Pain Gaming 3-1 will be feeling pretty good about things on their CT side.
Yeah, it's a good start. It's interesting as well. You bring up the sort of timeline of major experience, right? Big Guzera, obviously the one with by far the most experience on this roster. He's kind of getting everyone's heads in the right place, and that sounds good. But then you look on the flip side of Legacy, they've got a man that's won 2 majors. So suddenly it's like, all right, here we go. It is going to be a bit of a cage match. And I think that is the best way to frame this. In terms of what's on the line, it's not just the rounds, right? It's overall sort of the grudge match, the personalities, the way we get this clash. It's a great draw, especially for the viewers, for the neutral viewers. This is a banger.
No, it absolutely is. Oh, and Big Azera, speak of the man. Straight through the smoke, takes the kill and just backs away. And Lux is there in the meanwhile to try and lay it down from the playground. If they get too overzealous, he's going to spray in and gets 1. Lux is going to bag himself the 1 frag, and Big Azera's still alive. This hit-and-run robbery is going to yield quite a bit of success, but coldzera puts a stop to it. And keep in mind that Pain, yes, they got some early success. There's still so much time left on the clock, and Dumao is still in connector.
A lot that can be done with this one. Don't have to rush it. Take your time. Find room to breathe in the round overall. Cutting noise as well. Leaving Pain guessing somewhat where this round's going to finish. You send the 1 rotate back round towards the B site to double up and protect with Nissim. Guzera. He'll be the sole defender towards A. Running the clock down to about the 45-second mark now. They've got a lot of nades on that T side as well. There's some in play for Pain. Only 1 smoke left. And that's going to be down towards the B bomb site. Could be a bit of a spanner in the works if they come your way, but with how they're posturing now, setting focus back round towards A, this is going to be the main onslaught that they're going through then. Re-rotate for the CTs, they're in position here, Vince.
Now there's not much time left on the clock either. Big Azera has been spotted going back onto bank, flashbang up and over to deny the push. There is a Molotov and a HE for NQZ, but he's too busy with the AWP. Misses his shot though, and that's going to allow the T's now to spill into the site. 8 seconds left on the clock, and they need an entry, and they need it right now. And they're going to get it in the form of Lato. Enough time for the plant perhaps, but coldzera comes off it. Oh, they've run out of time. They didn't have the bubble to go fully in and invest in that plant. And it's cost them everything.
Mate, that's devastating. When the molly comes in, blocking off the angle towards front dice, you're thinking, all right, this is pretty cooked. Suddenly, the frags are found. Cold had about 5 seconds left on the timer. Literally a second to make the decision to hard commit on the plant. Came off it. Came off it. It's all blown up in their face. That's a rough one. That really is going to hang in your memory for a little while as well. Pain are going to be loving these rounds.
Especially when you consider that the point that we were just raising before is like Big Azera and coldzera, the 2 most sort of veteran, ironclad players. coldzera much more so than Big Azera. He's the player that makes that split-second decision, and it's not the correct one. How much is that going to linger in the back of his mind? Well, Nekis tries to just run and gun it down on B site by himself, but he is by himself and is easily picked off in the process.
Just goes in dry, no support, no flashes, runs in, looking to cause a bit of commotion, hoping maybe they'll bite on it and over-rotate. Rest of the squad's holding for that, but no one gives them anything. They're playing back towards the site. You get a bit of mid-control, fight up towards toilet, sure, but they've got an AWP. He's going for the contact face as well, wants to peek in. coldzera, sleeping at the wheel, was not ready for the face. Bomb's now cold on the ground. You've got back up with the 2-player setup as well towards toilets. This is really starting to crumble away.
Martin. He knows to play it to his right-hand side. The spray, though, not quite there for 2. And NQZ back out for more. Spilled the bomb down on the ground, and Dumao, with the Galil in hand, may very well muster up the strength for 1, but that's all that he will find. This is starting to get a little bit concerning if you are on the side of Legacy. You got the pistol, since then you've been broken down, and all these rifle rounds have been pretty straightforward.
They have been relatively cut and dry. Nearly the ace for the man on the AWP as well. Big waves on that one. It's a scary fight here, obviously, for Legacy. It's a big project. The ownership of some very historic organizations in the past from the Brazilian region, putting their eggs into this, seeing how far it will go, what the roster can achieve. Meanwhile, you look at Pain, right? They've had a couple of major appearances now. The brand's been there, immortalized in the game. You want to live up to that, and at the minute, they're definitely delivering. It's scary as well, this is happening on Overpass, right? Sure, it's a CT side start at the very least. We can kind of give that bit of caveat to it, but how they're playing, Vince, they're coming out swinging. Legacy, you need a big round to get you back in.
Yeah, it's a very good point. You know, we touched on it before. It's like, yes, this is a map that Pain haven't played in the last 3 months. Legacy of 100% win rate on, but they start on the T side.
Yeah.
And that's always going to be a little bit of a difficult one, especially the first game of the RMR for both of these teams. Pressure's there, nerves are there, but Nissim showing none of those as he just goes in aggressively by himself and takes 2 players with him. He can fall back now onto the side and allow the rest of his troops to deliver. Barton may connect one, but it's going to be a one and done. And a bit of deja vu coming to the forefront. Sure, it was a half-buy round. Legacy will have rifles. But it feels like maybe a bit of lack of invention here or creativity. Especially in that previous round, man, when Nekis runs out on the site by himself and dies. And it's like, you look at where the rest of his team are, they're back on Fountain. It's not even like he's selling a fake and the rest of the team then explodes out onto A. It's a bit of a strange one.
Yeah, it really feels like it's making me remember, obviously, a couple of weeks ago, we were covering some of the South American regional qualifiers, right? It was very scrappy CS in the way where you can see domestic teams that crack against each other. The actual sort of game plan outside of that goes out the window. You see a lot of hero plays, a lot of aggression. That's already bubbling to the boil right now. We're seeing those kind of calls where it is just heads up, individual maneuvers. And Pain just seems to be quicker on the draw. They're shooting harder coming into these rounds. And they've been relatively quick as well. You think about how long this game's been live. Trying to cram it all into the space of 1 half. Connector fight, little bit of a struggle for Guzera, but he finds his way through. Dumao, dead as a doornail.
That's really been a pretty large part of this T half, is just a lack of ability to win duels. I mean, look at Pain. They're going for these 1v1, 2v2s. They're always coming out ahead with at least a 1-player advantage. And that really stems off the back of that second buy round. NQZ, by the way, as well, has been on form. Whether it be the Scout or the AWP, doesn't make a difference. He's still connecting shots. 9 and 2 moving up. And coldzera on the flip side, his opposite number, the AWP for Legacy, hasn't really had an opportunity with his weapon just yet.
It's an unchained Cold as well. Back to just focusing on his crosshair, doesn't have to think about micromanaging the game overall, so you would hope that that would allow him to really reveal some of that old school classic, the club anthems he used to produce on a regular. You need him in a round like this. Vastly outnumbered, peek down, spam into the smoke towards Monster, pop flashback over for another attempt. Smoke now faded, coldzera watching towards the right, no joy on the peak, but he keeps going. And this time it's a double up. You've completely funneled them. Left it isolated on Cold, who's got to back off towards Club Bunny and hope that he can save this warp into the next.
Yeah, exactly. They were toying with the idea of going for a play with 22 seconds left on the clock. And Pain still having Molotovs and smokes and flashes and everything. coldzera could die behind the time limit. $250. That's all he has to spend at a 7-1 deficit. No saved AWP. It doesn't get much worse than this if you're on the T side of Overpass.
It's also such a rough sort of situation to be in, where you win that opening pistol, everyone's kind of amped up, you've got the energy right behind you, everyone's yelling, and then suddenly for the next 6 rounds, the whole team's silent. It feels like, you know, you hear a pin drop, right? It's hard to get that momentum back in terms of the overall vibe of the team.
Exactly, man. I mean, I go back to coldzera's scream after they won the pistol.
Yep.
And then Pain gave it straight back in the second round, and since then it's been like a graveyard over on the Legacy side. Guzera continues to put them into their grave and falls back in the process. He's going to get overwhelmed, swarmed down. That's going to be a rifle, one of the better opportunities that Legacy have had, which is a pretty damning thing to say in the first place. But they have time, they have a rifle, they've got a bit of utility. And Nissim is going looking, though. He's on the prowl for information.
We might just get it. You've got the split push back into B. He can post up and play it cool. Just wait for the push to come back around. Fragment them. Going to be walking out for his short pipe, but no one clears it. Oh, he gets far more than he bargained for. Didn't spot him towards the side, though. And it's a slow reaction to engage on that one. So he drops. You're down to a 3 versus 3. Firepower still firmly in the hands of Pain. And they're going to display that. Comes swinging out with a hot rod, removes the first head. It's all down to Dumao.
Well, best of luck to you, sir, because there is a hail of bullets firing his way with HEs alongside it. And Quaz is the last player to strike. Pain Gaming, 8 rounds to 1. And that 1 round, if you just joined us, was the pistol round that Legacy picked up. And since then, it's been one-way traffic. And it's been, let's be honest, Pain in the ascendancy in the driver's seat, just having a great old time.
Yeah, they're just giving it right now, man. There's a lot of fragmented fights that we're seeing from Legacy as well, where it kind of feels like you're putting all your eggs in one basket, right? But there's holes in that basket, Vince. The eggs are falling out. Like, it's just not working. At least this is a heads-up call. You know, you've got these timeouts, use them. You can at least sort of have your perspective pulled back a bit. Don't tunnel vision. You've got money to work with now as well, so there is an opportunity back into the game. You just need some rounds. You've got to build a bit of a buffer on that T half alone.
Yeah, man, if they can get three rounds, you know, 3 or 4, obviously 4 would be ideal from this point. They would have to go flawless. But if they can get like 3, win the second pistol, there's ways forward.
Yeah.
Additionally, this is a team that typically is going to have a lot of a better time on Overpass CT side when you look at the statistics. So if they can weather the storm, get 3 or 4, they're not done just yet. I think it's more the nature and how they've been straight up manhandled in these rounds that's a bit more of a concern for me, Jackie. And NQZ in particular, he's been landing almost every shot available to him so far.
Yeah, if someone peeks him, he's just ripping their heads off. Nekis every time, it feels like he's really hunting to get that opening duel, and it just comes back to haunt him. Big Uzera, he's been lording over them towards toilets. Just makes it so uncomfortable. The utility to hold them further back, waste a bit of time. Any space that you did start to take quickly crumbles away from you. It's a 4v4 at least. It hasn't gone that bad. It's just you've lost a lot of the map control you were attempting to fight for. You've just got to build off the back of it. You've got one player lurking outside of B at least. You've got a minute, Vince. There's still time.
There is time. And the talisman has been laid to rest momentarily. NQZ has to watch on as his teammates try and struggle to repel this push. And it's going to be coming in silently. Not telegraphing this with grenades. Dumao, though, checks the wrong angle. The off angle of Lux is going to strike gold, and he can fall back now, knowing that Nissim has the pillars. And Lato may overextend here. He gets one. Second frag comes down, but the bomb is nowhere to be seen. It still needs to transfer across here. Coltero with one won't anticipate a double stack, and that's the bomb that's been dropped down. And to make matters worse, he's given his position away. If Quaz can take down Barton here fairly cleanly, he can still win this round. And this is a round that should have been Legacy's all day, every day. 20 seconds left, trying to stall as much time as possible, but he can't get the second frag. It's a valiant attempt, but Legacy going to double up to get 2.
Oh, they needed the round. That's the real commodity, but if you lost that one, the pain behind it, knowing you've cleared out the B bomb site in a position where you can actually make a post plant out of it, Cold gets caught on a rotate, bombs drop Cold on the ground, it would have been awful. That would have been a real head scratcher to recover from and really could have unraveled any sort of comeback into this game. At least this is one of the options we were talking about. Get a couple rounds, build in as much as they can get one by one. You give yourself a path into the game.
Looking at their stats, 64.1% win percentage on their CT rounds, as opposed to 56 on their T side. So their T side is definitely not bad when you look at the stats. Definitely not as bad as what we've seen here. But their CT side is really where this Legacy team will shine. Big Azera, in the meanwhile, an important trade. Taking a bit of damage, but it's chip at best, and Quaz caught between multiple angles, but still gets 2 frags and just moonwalks his way back to the site.
Pop the smoke and leave him broke. Cleans up on the 11th round. And Dumao again. Last man left standing for Legacy, but I don't imagine it's going to be a very long one as they're hunting him down. They know where he is, tries to play the off angle, spots the shadow, claps back with the Kalashnikov for 1, but your days are vastly numbered. 21 HP on him. You know exactly where you are. And they can just post up, let this one tick on by. Bomb cannot really be recovered either.
He's living on borrowed time right now, Dumao, and the question really is who is going to claim his life, or should he try and save this AK? It's a bit of pill to swallow, being potentially 9-2 down with very little funds into the next round and having to save. But the other options aren't really that realistic. And considering the money count on some of these players, like 550 on Barton, 900 on Lato, 450 on Dumao, yeah, it makes for pretty bleak reading. Does have the control of the bomb at the very least, but the time does suggest to me we're looking at a save here, Jackie, and at least they'll have a rifle to play with in the next round. We'll see how many more they can muster up with Coldzera and Nekis. It's also a bit worrying that Coldzera, you know, he's got the AWP, as he said, he's unshackled now, doesn't have to worry about being the puppet master. but he's still getting tangled in his own wires. Like, he's got 7 kills. He's one of the top fraggers on the T side, but you haven't seen any of those flashes of brilliance that we know coldzera is capable of over the years.
No,
and rest in peace.
Stuck in his own head. And yeah, man, sometimes you just get hit with a 3-pointer nade, Vince. That's what happens when you try and save. Blown away. But yeah, it is weird. It feels like he's kind of wrapped up in his own head a little bit. Like, you can see him coming an awful lot, but some of the plays where you kind of want him to just make some moves, get the confidence back up in the troops as well. And that's one of the factors that he should really have as an element as well, of keeping everyone energized in a game like this. You know, trying to bring people back to realize, look, it's not over, we can still get back in. I know it looks rough, boys, but trust me.
The scout for coldzera. Not something I've seen for quite some time, in his hands at least. 3 kills alongside, it's not too shabby. The scoreline, however, is, and that's the point that they'll be focusing on right now, is changing that slightly into their favor. 3 rounds and come the second half, not great. It does give them something to work with, though. It gives them a lifeline, even if it's a small one.
1 foot on the ladder, but it is a double ladder. They can be pretty rough to climb. Seeing if they can take some peeks out towards long. The rifles move up, cold at the back, just scouting in. Biguzera, he's really had their number towards the A site. He's been keeping them on their toes as well in terms of the positions he's been playing. Plus, he's got the backup of the AWP that's been making all of the moves for Pain. Time's already starting to tick down a little bit as well. On the 54-second mark, jump spot towards the back, clear both of the lanes, make sure you know where they're coming from. Legacy, what have you got in store for us? Cold on the scout. He's looking for the scalp, Vince, but they don't want to give him the chance now.
Yeah, Pain are playing this one, honestly, so well. They've conditioned Legacy to a lot of aggressive hits through Playground and Connector in previous rounds, and although NQZ may miss the first shot, uncharacteristically makes the most of the second opportunity. And Biguzera now from kill to kill, back and forth, forcing away Legacy one more and last time in this half, and it will read double digits at 10-2 on the score. And I've got to say, man, Legacy look timid.
Yeah.
They look shy. They look tame on that T half, and that's not what I'm used to seeing from these guys.
No, not at all. This is a roster you kind of expect is going to be pretty in your face, pretty aggressive into a lot of these rounds, especially on T side, right? You don't expect them to be running the clock down to the final 20, final sort of 10 seconds. You expect them to take map control, default a lot more, play off the picks, very, very aggressive. None of that. They were in a box, confidence was knocked out of them in the first couple of rounds, and they just didn't really recover at all over the course of the half. I mean, yeah, your timeline now is basically have a showstopper of a pistol, try and get the energy back, find someone that can pick up that mantle, be a bit of a talisman for the team. You've gone for the doolies at least, so maybe there's some room to let those sick puppies sing. But it's not looking good at all, Vince. This is the best of the one that could be very well coming up Pain in just a few rounds' time.
Certainly the case, and it would put Legacy into a bit of an awkward position here. Additionally, in the grand scheme of things towards their prospects at this major, double Julies. Mentioned before that we may very well see some of these picked up. Well, it's Lato and Bartin. Bartin's had a bit of a rough one, typically a player that you're looking at to perform well on this side. Just the 3 kills. But Pain have bypassed most of this by just pushing straight into Monster. They're going to have to B site for themselves, and the bomb's now crossed.
Oh, they've swapped halves, but it feels like no one's realised that you're playing for the full retake on B. But this single lurk has thrown a gigantic spanner in the works. The Glock is singing. Everyone's dropped in a matter of seconds. And if the pathway into the game was the pistol, well, that's been slammed shut in their face. Pain with 11.
Man alive. They had opportunities. The bomb was crossing. If they dropped that, everything could have changed, but it really does just indicate how this game has gone. It has been every bit as one-sided as the scoreline would suggest, and even in this round, NQZ still getting it done with those couple frags, alleviating the pressure from Koaz, who just picked them off at range. And he said it before, Jackie, it might just be a few moments away from it coming up Pain, and with one giant step towards that point, it's the full force. All the chips have been planted onto the table. Legacy have gone all in on these MP9s.
Very painful start to Legacy's run at the RMR then, it seems. What can you get done with the force up? SMGs on parade, 5-7 as well. If you get up close, it could definitely pack a wallop. He's going to be waiting for this one. Clears towards the right. Ooh, Galil has no idea, but the footsteps certainly give the game away. He turns and burns his way through both. Oh, if there was an opportunity, Vince, it's firmly gone.
Yeah, I think you can bag it and tag this one. Nekis does at least get the one frag in return. But it's a consolation prize at best. He's about to walk into the Galil. Nice transfer there for a second, but it was a weakened Nissim. So maybe there's life left yet in this Legacy roster. They're not going to know Lato is down on the water, but he's missed his chance. Sprays in, does connect the shot, and that's the bomb drop as well. So with 45 seconds left, Lato and coldzera can maybe hatch the start of a comeback.
Pain have given them a lot of 1v1s in this round for free. Well, the MP9 timing of it. He turns to check short at just the wrong instance. That gives the Galil room to breathe. That sinking feeling now on cold. Just a 5-7 in his hands, nothing else to work with in this round. 22 seconds on the clock. Both of them set up for the play out on towards B. You grab the bomb from short, hard commit onto it. And cold, he'll have the odds massively stacked against him. So paranoid as well about the flank round from the A site, but they're leaving it late. There's an opportunity to deny the bomb. Maybe you can make a play on it. Fires out the warning shots, clears towards the second player, but he's dead in the water. And Pain do get their 12th.
The other frustrating thing about that, in that 1v2 it ended up being in, was that coldzera was miles away. They dropped the bomb down on short. He seemed very, very slow to react. So I'm not sure if maybe there was a miscomm or he assumed the player was long or flanking on A. As you mentioned, he was watching his back the whole time, didn't fully commit to the site. Either way, it left his teammate, I think it was Lato, effectively hung on the end of a fishing rod. And that's why he turned at that moment. He wanted to focus down on Monster, have coldzera watching his back, but that just didn't happen. And now we go straight back in again, 12-2, they're gonna get aggressive. This is the kind of aggression that we weren't seeing on the T side, but Kuaz just locks it down, single-handedly. Galil in hand, knocks 2, and that should be GG.
Clarity for the man. Easy pickings in the carnage, and it's definitely looking fairly labored now for Legacy. I mean, 3 players, minute and 20 on the clock. T's have all the map control they could physically want at this point. What do you do with these sick puppies? Trying to get into a bit of a better angle. Cold posting up, very one and done position. They've got the nades to clear out as well, and they go for the push towards the site. Not much of a read down towards B, but at least there's some sort of pace being taken. Try and wrap in early. Dink done, but that's it. Just a tag, no frag on that one. 2 versus 5 then to stay in the game.
Lato and Barton, 10 kills between the two of them. To put in context, Kawez at 19, NQZ 16, Bigazera 13, a real team collaborative effort. And Legacy just could not get out of first gear. They stalled and they're about to be sent to the scrapyard as Pain Gaming waiting for those last 2 to show themselves through the smoke. That shroud is about to disappear, as will the remainder of the CTs, and Pain Gaming with one of the most one-sided performances that you will see, 13-2.
Well, there we have it. What a dominant showing, a dominant performance. And to quote you just a moment ago, Mac, well, I think it's safe to say that Pain Gaming definitely play Overpass.
Yeah, it seems to be the case according to the scoreline. But look, needs to be said, what a one-sided affair. You got to remember as well that one of those 2 rounds Legacy managed to put on the board was the first pistol, and from there it just felt like it was right downhill. Other than, I think it was just a stray gun round at some point that they managed to get across the line. I was just paying attention to how Pain were playing that CT side. Their CT setups, especially on the B site, were so solid. I don't think they were super normal, but they just knew exactly how they wanted to play and how to lock down every single round after they were getting the openings, which, well, they got almost every single one.
Yeah, 13-2 in the opening duels in the favor of Pain Gaming. Obviously, that's a big win condition for them going into this game. We spoke about it, you know, Legacy having played the map quite a lot. There's a lot of data on them. They know exactly what to expect. However, I can, you know, feel a little bit disappointed on behalf of Legacy. You know you're heading into Overpass. You know you're starting on the T side, and you had nothing to offer whatsoever. As you said, they won the pistol, and that was it. You know, there was nothing coming out of them. I lacked a bit of pace as well coming out from coldzera. It felt like he was trying to hold the guys back a little bit too much in the beginning. I would have loved them to see the game be a bit more scrappy, maybe apply a bit more pressure, you know, in terms of the pacing on towards that B side. As you said, unconventional way to play it, but it worked out for Pain Gaming. So I think, you know, in general, obviously when you're losing 13-2 in that sense, there's not a lot of positive to drag out, but it's very easy to focus on the negatives because there was a lot of those for Legacy.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot not going right at all, but even Pain, you know, they were taking short control in some rounds, just always doing the right thing. I think I remember there was multiple rounds where Legacy were just trying to scrim it up con and just got blasted through smokes. They weren't able to shoot back because how do ya? Up against A1S shooting through smokes at ya. And that was it. It was just a whole diffie in the skill diffie today. You know, Pain Gaming just came out ready to play, ready to absolutely demolish Legacy, and that's going to taste real sweet for NQZ.
Did you say diffie in the skill diffie?
Well, I say skippy, but it's like not really a Counter-Strike thing, and then I was like, I'm going to just tone it down a little bit. It's more of a League of Legends thing. But
it's all right. We can still say it's a bit of a skill diffie going on over here. But talk to me a little bit more about the incredible CT side that we saw coming out from Pain Gaming, because Jacob, I know that one player you really wanted to highlight was NQZ. Did you feel like he absolutely delivered?
Yeah, he did everything he needed to do in this game. Obviously, the grudge match for him, he was left out of Legacy. He was kicked from the team, moved on to Pain Gaming. He came into this game with a mission. He came into the CT side with one specific task, and that was disturbing Legacy as much as possible, and he did it with the AWP. We spoke about how he could roam around into the toilet area. I'm sure we're going to see some highlights from NQC at some point, and a lot of those frags he's getting in that first half. Well, we saw the scout from heaven, but also in the toilet area where he was shutting down the couple of times they were trying to move in towards the A-bomb side. So, man on your screen right here, 17 kills, 105 ADR, but the impact he had with the AWP, the fact that he was able to stop pretty much every single push, every single strat that Cold Zero could call out of T-Spawn, that was the real game changer for me.
1.84 rating, plus 12 kills in a, 15 round game. That's nuts.
This is naughty, right? This is a 2v3 with a scout in heaven. You're trying to win the force buy. He comes out clutch like that, and from that point onwards, he was just hitting everything with that one.
Yeah, and you can see how much it meant to him as well, especially that second round, right? The difference in the reaction.
He just won the entire major, right, with his reaction there?
Yeah, everyone was like, oh, that was a pretty big reaction, but then, you know, it got him going, it got him confident, and they got to play probably the best game of Overpass they might have played to date, especially with the lineup that they currently brought in. And I dare say, if there's anyone watching from the sidelines, you know, going up against Pain during the RMR, and Overpass is almost a must-ban against him right now.
Honestly, I'm just loving watching the reactions there, because like you mentioned, you can see how much it means to him. You can see the fact that, you know, that energy that you're really bringing to the table, that's like a chain reaction, right? You're also inspiring, motivating the rest of your teammates as well. And I think the scoreline well and truly speaks for itself. 13-2, incredibly dominant from them. But Jacob, I want you to break down yet another round for me, please, if you don't mind. We've got round number 11. Talk to me about Pain.
Yeah, I think it's a great example of what you were speaking about as well. The aggression on towards the B-bomb side. You see it right here. They're pushing all the way in towards short. He gets a little bit lucky, though. Nice adjustment. The second one through the smoke as well. But look at the kill feed, right? In the span of nothing, all 4 players are dead. We're talking 10-15 seconds, and the entire round is doomed for Legacy. We don't even have to play out the round time. We don't even have to play Counter-Strike in this game, because they were being so aggressive, they were being so proactive on the map, they were taking away all sort of map control, and they were successful with it round after round. This was a great example of a bit of luck, but also the tenacity to go in there and go for the duels and win him, you know, occasionally. We spoke about it, 13-2 in opening duels going the way of Pain Gaming. Then you simply can't win a game of Counter-Strike, especially when you're on the T side of the Overpass.
And rounds like that, where it looks like they had a set plan, they were going to do something, the complete disruption coming through from Pain, it just wears on their mental. If nothing's going right and you can't find any kind of openings, your mental's in the bin and your game's in the bin, because there's no way out at that point.
Boys.
Hey.
It's fun time here.
Oh.
I've got another display segment for you. All right. Trivia time, kind of, a little bit.
Okay.
What map is this from?
Easy. The worst map in the pool right now.
I love that from you, Jacob.
Arguable.
I like the fact that you kind of just held off on your answer there, waiting for Jacob to answer that.
I just wanted to make sure he knew too, you know. But
oh, yeah,
I remembered who was next to me.
Okay, yes. I can confirm, if you want to go ahead and hold this for me, the map is Inferno.
It's kind of cool though, because this display make it look cool. Right now the map is arguably not that cool to play. At least it's very clumsy, very tight, so to speak. But this makes it look super sexy. I like that.
That's the only way that we get you to enjoy Inferno is with a display. There you go. I'll let you hold this one as well. You can model it off for me if you want to go ahead and grab your very own display. Yes, they offer so much more than just CS artworks. They also offer different mangas, animes, movies, you name it. And if you want to go ahead and grab your very own, use code PGL at the checkout, because if you order 3 of them, you can grab yourself 33% off. Please, oh my god, I'm so scared. You know what?
That works.
It's stable.
Okay, it works.
Just don't hit the desk. Right?
I mean, I can guarantee you that the magnet mount is a lot stronger than it relying on your laptop, but you know what? We'll leave it there.
No, we'll leave it there.
Well, you know what? One thing that I would like to point out is the fact that it's strong, it is metal, and can confirm it has not bent. I will go around and grab it for after the break to show you guys, but that just proves...
Solid camera work,
It proves our point, though. They are solid, they are made of metal, and can confirm they are very much Mac-proof as well. The next matchup is going to be Bestia versus Liquid as well, if you want to go ahead and catch. That one's going to be our final best of 1 for today. Pimp has lost all composure. It's okay, though, because we're going to be back after the break.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection. And simple. It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the PGL CS2 Americas RMR. And this time around, after the debacle that we just had there with Mac, we've welcomed Dust back to the desk. So Dust, talk to me, how are we feeling about this Bestia versus Liquid matchup?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty excited about it, right? I mean, we haven't really gotten to see this Liquid team play at LAN very much. Our only LAN outing was, of course, the Blast groups, and that unfortunately did not go so well. But they've slowly been building themselves back into the team that I think we believed that they would be when we saw this roster on paper, finally starting to get their acts together in regional play. And this is another opportunity for them to start kind of distancing themselves from the rest of the teams in the region and trying to assert themselves, you know, as the top Americas team, which I feel like a lot of people believe that they should be doing that.
Yeah, I just want to highlight that point a bit more, you know, and apply some pressure to it. There should be absolutely no doubt who is the #1 dog within North American Counter-Strike right now. Liquid have by far the biggest budget. They have by far the best players. They should by far have the highest potential out of all the teams you're seeing throughout this entire tournament. So for my money, I agree with you. It's been a bit of a shaky start for them. There's been some regional matches. There's been some qualifiers where the results have been rather lackluster, or at least not as convincing as they should be. But coming into this qualifier, coming into the major, there's absolutely in no way, you know, there's no world where Liquid shouldn't qualify. There's no world where we should allow them not to go 3-0 or at the very least 3-1 in this qualifier. So for my money, pressure is applied towards Team Liquid right now. They did manage to qualify for Dallas, but outside of that, they got nothing to play, you know, for the rest of the season unless they qualify for the majors. So I want to see them play well, and I want to see them do it convincingly because I have high hopes for this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just all about like our projection for this team based on their potential on paper is just so high. When you have an in-game leader in Canids who had so much success with Heroic and can fill that opping role to a pretty solid level. You have Naf, who is a player that does not require a lot of resources because of the role that he plays, but he can still be a very star player in those roles. And then you have these star riflers in Twist and Yakindar who can be on the more aggressive end of the spectrum from Naf and help you create space, create openings that Naf and Skulls can kind of clean up and close. So the roles all make sense, the experience makes sense, the talent is there. It's just about kind of getting it to blend together properly.
Well, you know what, Jacob, I want you to break down for me a little bit more about Cadian's role in particular once he's managed to join Team Liquid. What have you made of his performance?
I mean, obviously for him individually, he's had a tough start to CS2 in general. He didn't play in the later stages with Heroic, so he didn't really get to play the game in the beginning, so he was left behind a little bit. He's slowly but surely gotten better, but I will remind you that in Heroic, he was a player that could make the difference. We saw his clutch potential. We saw certain games where he could, with the AWP, take over the game. We haven't quite seen that in Team Liquid just yet, and I think that's a symptom of the fact that he's having so much focus on making all these pieces you described before get to work together, right? Because there's no doubt that when you have Twist, when you have Yakinda for that matter, when you have Nafly and Skulls, who's been a pretty big surprise for me so far, he's done his job to a decent degree, then for Cadian, there's a lot of effort being put into that before he can focus on himself. So I'm not really too worried about Cadian for now, but there's definitely more potential in him as a player.
Well, we've spoken an awful lot about Team Liquid. What can you tell me about their opposing opposition, that is Bestia?
Yeah, so Bestia is a team fully from Argentina. All their players do hail from that country. They're a team that, towards the end of last year and into the beginnings of 2024, had some success in Latin America. They actually won the qualifier for ESL Challengers Atlanta, but they couldn't field their full 5 at that event, so it kind of became a little bit of a tough read because we couldn't see their full roster there. They also came second in one of their regional leagues, beating teams like Pain and Imperial and Sharks along the way, but they were unable to qualify for Chengdu. They were unable to do much else, didn't qualify for Blast either, as well as Dallas for that matter, but they did do really well in the qualifiers for this RMR, and so I think there is definitely some talent on this team that can do some things.
Especially when we're heading into the best of ones as well. Jacob, you mentioned the fact that Team Liquid are going to looking to head into this one looking pretty hot.
Yeah, they should be. You know, they've played an awful lot of games the past 3 months, Team Liquid. They played in all these qualifiers, and they've really put in the grind. So in terms of their map pool, we have some pretty severe statistics in terms of what maps they like to play. Inferno's been one of them, played a lot. Anubis, Ancient, they play pretty much all maps, you know, so they're trying to build up their map pool. We don't get to see Ancient this time around, but maybe we do get to see a bit of Inferno heading into this game, and it makes an awful lot of sense, at the very least, for Team Liquid to play that. It's a map they played an awful lot. They've won the vast majority of the games. I think they've only have 1 loss together as a unit on this very map. So for my money, it's pretty much the perfect veto for Team Liquid, whereas for Bestia, it could have gone differently.
It could have. I think one of the problems for Bestia here is they came into this situation as the underdog, but unfortunately they also had an overlapping map pool with Team Liquid I mean, both these teams had similar bans in their previous series. You know, neither team wanted to play Vertigo, for example. So you kind of knew that Bestia was unfortunately going to have to, if they wanted to stick with the comfort, have to play against Liquid on one of the maps that they're also quite strong on. And as you said, Inferno has definitely been one of the maps that Liquid have been able to really kind of bolster the resume with. As you noted, only lost the game 1 time out of 8 games played. So very good in regional play so far. Meanwhile, you look at a team like Bestia, Inferno, it's been very hit or miss. Their record's 11-11. So, I mean, that just kind of show you that, yeah, they play it a lot. Yeah, there might be some comfort there. They even pick it quite a lot, but they just don't have the consistent results to kind of back it up.
It's also one of the maps where the star player within Team Liquid, where a player I think we should focus on in Twist is performing very well. I think his average rating so far for Team Liquid on Inferno is 1.31, especially his T-sides have been phenomenal. And we cannot forget that Twist was a player that when he was in FaZe Clan, he could have stayed in FaZe if he wanted to. He could have gone to Vitality if he wanted to. He chose to join Team Liquid. He chose to come home. So for him, it was more about, you know, getting into these star roles again, getting into an exciting project, getting to show that he can be the star man of the hour. And so far, especially on Inferno, he's shown that. He's not quite there yet where I'm willing to say that that was the right decision for Twist just yet. You know, he's not quite there yet where I'm willing to say that he's re-innovated himself to a point where this is the Twist that we're going to see for the future. But he's slowly but surely building up to it. And Inferno is one of those maps he really got under the horn already by now.
Well, I love the fact that you mentioned at the start of this that Liquid are certainly going to be coming into this looking incredibly hot. But what are the win conditions for Bestia to be able to surprise us all and maybe just win this best of one?
I think it's really going to come down to like kind of their young up-and-coming players. Like Mayern's a player that people will know, right? He kind of made a name for himself on a team called Asturis in the Latin American scene, and then eventually got spotted by some Brazilian teams like Sharks and Made in Brazil, and you know, kind of made that move, but just wasn't the best environment for him. So he kind of is returning home on this team. But it's the young up-and-coming players on this roster that I really am looking forward to. That's Tomazine and Lukov. They're younger players. This team's really kind of one of their first big teams, and they've been showing some pretty good results so far in Latin America. The thing I think for them on Inferno that will be interesting is they are very loose on this map. They don't like have super defined starting positions like most teams will have on their defaults. They kind of base it off of spawns. They like to go for more scrappy, explosive plays in the early round situations. And so that can cause a team like Liquid, if they're caught off guard by that pace, you know, that might rattle them a little bit and kind of force them to have to make some quick adjustments. So that is the win condition for me, is Bestia having to try to surprise them a little bit, because obviously when it comes to experience and raw talent, Liquid has it in spades. So that surprise factor is going to be what they need to have any chance, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with that point. You know, the best shot is trying to make it as scrappy as absolutely possible. However, it is a test of character, I guess, for Team Liquid and KDM for that matter as well. One thing that defined his heroic lineup was that they would never lose to team below them. They would have a tough time winning tournaments. They would have a tough time beating the best teams in the world, but they would never lose to teams below them. So for KDM, I feel like Liquid is about to make a statement now that we're getting to the point where they're no longer losing to the Bestias of the world and the Nouns, etc., etc.
Well, you know what? I want to hear from Jackie and Vince. How do you boys think this one's going to go?
Oh, it's going to be tight. I think actually the Veto's given us a really big banger of a best of one, Vince. If you look at the pick rate, it's 49% first pick for Bestia to play Inferno. They love the map. They played a lot of it. They've taken some names in the past. This is the one that throws a spanner in the works, and I think actually could give us a fairly tight game from this.
And they start the CT side as well. So they've got a chance to actually stabilize themselves early doors here and potentially make Liquid sweat in that first sort of 5 or 6 rounds. That being said, though, a heavy stack on B thus far, and that Molotov's not going to fully extend to Twists. That could bait the CTs into a false sense of security. If they're not entirely sure about this one, he's going to rattle off a couple of shots, but this is where the vast amount of bodies on this side could prove to be fatal. Twist, though, turns the knife, turns the screw, and turns the heads of Main and Deco. Could go in for more, but they don't check the sandbags, and Thomas is going to punish too.
Oh, Thomas in, straight in for the damage in the back line, but the rest of his team, they've been detonated, trying to piece it together, but Twists, the immortal in the pistol round for Liquid, stands strong with a third frag at the end and rounds it out. Oh, there's a timeline there, Vince, man, where he gets so dastardly. Just playing behind the angle, everyone walks by, hits the first 2 as well, like fair play, man.
I'm just thinking of Muttley, you know, with the laughter. It's what Thomasin would have been doing if he connected any more shots. He got 2. I did definitely think for just a moment alongside you, our eyes both lit up, like, they haven't checked him. If he gets that 3rd shot straight away, man, that round would have been in such a terrifying position. Nice effort. But Liquid, again, Twists showing why he is one of those star players. We know, mechanically speaking, he's up there with some of the greats on the planet.
Oh, absolutely, man. He can come out swinging, and this is one of those games, right? You start off looking really drilled, hitting the crispy taps. If you don't have Twist there, it could have been a bit of a different story. Had to hit the shots as well from the peak behind Wood when he faced his top car. That one went awry, so you gave away the first frag for free. All in all, though, Liquid going to be very happy with that. You get that first pistol under the belt, starve off the potential timeline of Bestia coming in, living their movie from the get-go, right? We say map-wise, they should feel relatively comfortable going into this. I think, honestly, it's the best battleground for these two teams to go head-to-head. And I think there is a lot of stock on this Bestia team as well. They can do a ton of damage. Multiple RMR runs in the past for the core of this roster. They've tried 3 times at the Americas RMR, but have been unable to make it out. Obviously, with the competitive format here, Vince, only 5 spots up for grabs. If you go 0-1, your days are really numbered.
Yeah, it's just the 3-0 and 3-1 teams that progress, not 3-2s. Obviously, no last chance qualifiers either are available in the Americas RMR. So, yeah, as Jackie just mentioned there, the pressure is a lot higher. Fever pitch in this RMR. Yakindar spotting Thomasin, but still comes out second best. This force by yielding the first frag of the round is a lot of damage. They're able to also pull the plug and get out of there.
So early nades dash down. Bit of presence. Twist, content to post himself up on top of the barrels and wait for a scalp to come around the corner. But no re-aggression. Bestia will give up the control. Allow them up towards top banana. Luchov has the smoke in hand as well. As soon as he gets contact, dash that out, burn a couple of seconds off the clock. That'll bloom now, giving him about 40 in the round once this one fades out. You've got 3 players on deck as well now with some relatively effective firearms. Could be a timeline here.
And they have another smoke. And especially in rounds like this, when you know it's a scrappy force buy of MP9s and 5.7s, etc., you don't want to be pushing through smokes into these bottlenecks. That can be to your detriment. That can be to your downfall. And Liquid showing respect. They're backing away. They still have the component up mid of Skulls, who's making a move for himself, but Noxy has just sideswiped him with a deagle. This puts Liquid into a really awkward position.
Knock, knock, who's there? Man with a big old deagle. He's waiting for you to come running into his bomb site. Fires off the warning shots, keep the crosshair on him. The 5-7 then strikes. A little bit labored, falls short on the second as well, as Naf is certainly flying into action here. Holds back the wave, gives them time to set up for the post plant and have that bomb punched down. Cadian doesn't need to do anything, as Naf is just mauling them.
Oh, big HE as well, though, from the Dane. And it touches down onto Deco. Are they scratching their head? Guys, this was like a 2v4 a few seconds ago, and suddenly Naf springs into action with 3. It could be a 4th as Cadian maneuvers his way around the corner, takes attention away from Naf's position and pit, and they have secured the 2-0. Not without a couple of sticky moments where they've been a little bit concerned, but it goes to show that this Bestia squad, man, when you think of aim, when you think of mechanics, these guys are very legit players.
Oh, they're drilled, man. They really are. There's something about players that hail from Argentina. They're just born with golden deagles straight away, man. They hit some sick shots. They're always so confident these rounds. And I think the aggression is one of the key marks that we might actually hit in this series. You know, we kind of built that storyline up of saying in the previous Bestia one, we're expecting a lot of aggressive early fights. That's something the Bestia are no strangers to. 5-man setup with a USP, swinging one by one. No tank erected and no round for them off the back of it either. Easy pickings for Liquid.
Padding those stats nicely. Skulls with 3, Naf with 2. A 3-0 start, but this is where the rifles will fully come into play. And, you know, speaking of respect, there was quite a bit of respect shown as well in the veto from Liquid, as they did ban Vertigo. Sorry, pardon me, not Vertigo, Anubis.
Yeah.
This is a map that they themselves do like to play, but Bestia have a 75% win rate after 12 maps played. So, you know, as you were mentioning before, this is definitely a playground where we expected this potentially to come down. But Liquid showing, you know, a bit of respect across the Bestia.
They're weathering the storm. They're taking the early rounds, getting themselves on the board. Not playing anything too flashy. That's what you need. Take it one round at a time, one game at a time. Liquid versus the world, effectively, at this RMR. Double nade round, straight into the cubby. Ooh, Thomasin, lucky to still have his legs after that one.
Just limps away with 19 HP, and he is one of the heavy hitters, one of the X factors on the Bestia squad, so it being him that took the brunt of that damage is going to be even more effective at forcing away some of those sharpened knives and dull those blades just a tad. Noxy rotating back over onto the B side, where that smoke is going to fade momentarily. So a similar situation to the previous one where they've done a good job of wasting a lot of time here, Bestia, but we saw those entries that came to the forefront. There's a lot of players on this Liquid squad that can crack open bomb sites. You know, Yakindar's another one that we haven't really seen from just yet in the early doors. Very capable entry fragger. That smoke is perfectly timed though, right in his face.
The utility usage has been pretty on point for them thus far. Good angles as well. You can play anti-flash here. Wait for the push to come on out. Cycle another player around with the utility pin pulled already on the flashbang. Drops it into pool. Deco goes for the aggro angle. Spams onto the first, but completely blind. And Yakindar's Mac 10 runs him down. It's a bit slow, though. They can't get themselves in towards the bomb site. You've got 16 seconds left. Noxy, if you could find a frag, it could have been a very different tale. Instead, though, they drop 2 of the T's and claim the site.
I think it's going to be a save, honestly, especially with Thomasin down to 19 HP. Now has the AWP to himself. But him and Mayan are already pulling the plug. You can see that they're slowly backing away, making sure they don't get shot in the back. But you're spot on. Noxy needed to get one. If he gets a frag, he can hide in dark. That allows Luchov to go through the smoke of coffins and have his own impact. When Noxy goes down without much of a fight, that was the round that went with him. But again, we're seeing that, yes, it's going to be a 4-0 lead. But Bestia, they're standing their ground for the most part. They are trading back and forth. This isn't the easiest 4-0 that Liquid could have hoped for. But they're still getting the job done, and they're still fragging out off the likes of Naf and Skulls as well in particular, looking to try and deal with the remainder of the CTs, but Cadian misses out his chance.
Ooh, Skulls. Curtain call, no chance to deny the save, so 2 weapons at least for the CT side. Little celebrations, take them where you need them. Take one of these as well, tactical timeout. I'm glad they've called it this early as well. You know, this has been one of the big factors over the RMRs, right? If you tunnel vision too much, kind of lose grasp on the game, always thinking, all right, guys, actually, we've had a few opportunities there where 1 or 2 different fights, we could still be in the game. Just go next. It can come back to haunt you. So calling this now is pretty heads up.
Yeah, I definitely respect it. It's whether they can find the right answer, though. It's one thing calling the timeout. It's another coming out and actually turning your fortunes around. And when you have Naf that's on form, Twists has been having a couple of stellar rounds as well. That's a pretty formidable duo. One of the best duos, a lot of people would argue, in the NA region. In Complexity, you have a couple of great duos of their own, Liege and Floppy in particular. They had a really good performance earlier today. But yeah, I agree with Jacob as well, with Pimp on the desk, that said, like, listen, Liquid have no excuses. You've got to come through here, you've got to make declarations, and you've got to qualify. It's that simple.
Yeah, you need to take scalps. You've got to get through, but try and do it as physically cleanly as possible to send a message. There was some sort of illegal magician chicken in spawn there for the CTs. We'll see if that's given them a bit of magic. The first player will disappear, and that's Cadian that goes down in the act towards Boiler. They clap straight back, and you've got 2 frags now to play off. You're running straight up through quad. Thomasin, he played on the edge of the balcony, hits one, slows down Yakindar. Naf looks to defend towards Library. Spray's good for 1, but you're down to a 2v2.
So much time left on the clock. They don't have to force the plant. They're deciding to purely off the basis of their positions. And Thomasin, who was last seen in apps, has dropped. I'm not sure if that was heard. That little off angle may catch them off guard, and Skull's caught in transition, and there is Thomasin. Bestia finally getting some success and their first round on the board. So we said it's one thing to call a timeout, it's another to turn your fortunes around. They've done just that.
Yeah, huge success. This is going to make you feel a whole lot better about things as well, especially with those added factors of the close rounds, the ones where you're hitting your 1Ds, you're keeping it close. Hell, even the pistol could have gone a different way potentially, right? So there's a lot of good factors behind the game where you can build back into this now. You just got to try and piece them together, keep it clean on that CT side, and don't allow Liquid to build momentum. You don't want Liquid looking solid.
No. That certainly is going to hurt if it's you straight in the face.
That would be a snowball.
Or it could get even worse. It could just be straight up ice shots.
Yeah, none of that, none of that. They used to do that in school, Vince. They would take the snowballs and put them in a freezer overnight. And that seems illegal to me.
Yeah, that seems like it could do some serious damage, actually.
Oh, yeah. Cheeky black eye. Not what you want.
Just straight up domed. In the meanwhile, though, Bestia thought they were going to go for some very aggressive banana control with 2 players pushing in. They've kind of gone for half banana control here. Molly's tossed it in. You get forced back a little bit. Damage done to Cadian. It's his first time with the AWP in this half. Hasn't really required it, of course. The run and gun of the AKs has been spot on, but now the smokes come into play. Molotovs. A stalemate really falls upon the banana, but Yakindar decides that he wants to push past the smoke and get a little bit more aggressive behind the barrels.
Smoke around a corner towards Boiler. Skulls was trying to see if he could take a bit of map control off that, maybe go for a cheeky peek round, but gives up the goose on that one, backs off, plays a little bit safer, just lurking inside of the apartments. The rest of Liquid all grouped up. They might have a scrap coming their way. They're just going to go back in dry. No flash over the top. Just straight entries, denying any control, and they get away for free. They go back in.
Madness, absolute madness. And Noxy with the easiest of op shots on Skulls, who was trying to wrap around the back. Maybe a call came that it was a full-on stack on the B side. Not the case, and now Cadian up against Noxy, peekaboo. And a dangerous game at that as Cadian takes him. But the position of Mayan here is so strong. There's no way you anticipate him to be in that angle at that time. And that is the seal of the round coming into play. Bestia double up with 2.
Oh, mate. He was on MIBR at the age of 17, now 21, and he is the Argentinian annihilator. Cleans up on the wrap back towards middle. Looking pretty good. Timeout called as well. Liquid using the timeout this time around. A lot of coaching staff behind them. A lot of different factors that can help you out in these kind of moments as well. We know that you've got Edward there. MindBody Esports, someone that has a very different outlook of how you try and keep everyone mentally focused on a game like Counter-Strike. Try and bring that confidence back up, feed the hot hand a lot. A lot of interesting mentality that could sway things for Liquid. Right now, though, if they just stick to their guns, it's looking relatively clean, but piecing the rounds together, got a bit of a game here.
Another interesting thing about Liquid as well, as we're seeing this really chaotic re-peak, and that's maybe one of the elements that Bestia have to lean on as much as possible. Cultivate carnage, cultivate chaos, and try and thrive in that environment. Catch Liquid off guard where you can. But we were both curious on, like, what kind of leadership is Cadian going to bring? Because we know he can be a hype man.
Yeah.
We know he can be the loud guy that's, like, you know, kind of pissing off the crowd and loving every second of that.
The big shield for the team.
Yeah, playing the villain as well. With this team, though, there's a lot of quieter players, like Naf, for example, very chill, laid-back sort of guy. Same with Twists. Curious to see if that same hype is going to prevail through as we see Liquid get onto the big stages in the future.
No, it's a good point, right? Like, who kind of fills those shoes? Does Jakindar pipe up a lot more, sort of, you know, get a bit of a roar behind him in some of the rounds? With the entry fragging potential, he definitely could be a player that would bring some extra oomph to the team.
Or could we see a more dialed-in Cadian? It's not quite as hype. Maybe he's a little bit more chill and tries to kind of emulate his teammates as well and make them a little bit more comfortable. I guess only time will tell.
A new age, man. New game. We're rewriting the history books, Vince. We'll see where the personalities take us. Right now, though, the personnel of Bestia are being absolutely bested by Skulls Mac 10. The Mac Daddy has arrived at balcony, and B site is completely barren. They've got the 3 players grouped up towards A, but the bomb, well, that's got a welcome mat towards B.
That's an outrageous double. To get 1 from there, understandable. The second kill over the smoke, however, is daylight robbery. And their heist, their loot is going to be a 5th round. Liquid already forcing Bestia to save. They have to keep that AWP, AK, and M4 in play. So just after stringing 2 rounds together, getting a little bit of momentum, it's been cut short by that man Skulls, the Brazilian showing his hand with the SMG, and everything else just falls into place. And again, it's a rough buy. Like, that's going to hurt for multiple reasons. Like, that was the chance to break Liquid and to really establish yourself on this half, and it's been cut so quickly.
And now we know what was said during the timeout. Cadian just said, Skulls, go kill. And it worked out perfectly. Fantastic strategy, executed it exactly how you want. Ooh, Thomason going to be burning as well. He's barely hanging on by a thread. A couple of near misses, but goes down at the end. So Luchov is the only one that actually gets out like a bandit and holds on to his M4.
Yeah, the loot was good for Liquid. They were hoping for a much better dollar outcome there if you are the Argentinians. Not quite what they were hoping for, and you can see that the body language may be getting a little bit introverted there, a little bit inward. Can Luchov do much with this M4? Is this where we see those audacious re-peaks and aggressive kind of plays come into fruition again?
My eyes keep lighting up on those Deagles as well. This is a roster that knows their way around a hand cannon. You've got mid control. Luchov's been able to bleed his way down behind this smoke, get a free pick onto the back of Skulls, spam out towards the bedroom, the AK singing for Twist, but no delivery, and the Deagle hits him right between the eyes. Suddenly you're in a 4 versus 3 disadvantage. Deco, oh, he might be Deco if they come running out. Smoke goes down to at least give him a clear path.
Love that play from Luchov, man. We were just talking about it. Like, are they going to go for some kind of aggression? They absolutely did. It surprises me that Liquid got caught by that with the lurk smoke down on middle. Noxie, in the meanwhile, though, with a 5-7, is going to thread through the smoke, and Naf is a goner. It puts it down to Yakindar and Cadian. The good news for Liquid is that both players are healthy, and Cadian has found a frag through the smoke onto Thomas in. A low Mayan is also on the prowl, and Yakindar up close should be best up against the deagle-wielding players. Up he springs in, but it's going to be 2 kills back-to-back. And although there's no kit, there should be enough time for the defuse. Bestia get it done.
Oh, here we go. If the body language looks a little bit deflated, they are straight back into giving it. Dude, the dink onto Cadian. You're going to be so frustrated, but it's one of those where you're just going, I haven't even seen him. My health's gone. We're losing.
Especially as they needed the player on new box, which was Cadian, to stay alive. Like, that allowed Yakindar's position to go unchecked and to really rip through them with the Yamak 10 up close. So yeah, him falling down was brutal. And also that it sounded like an eagle to me. Like, that rallying cry was like a bold eagle just came over. Not quite Liquid, it's more Bestia.
Man. Guild making another appearance at the RMRs, Vince. They've flown out to Monterrey just to do the war cry. They're going for the mid play again. Mayan this time picking up the mantle, pushes himself down deep in towards the phase mid-smoke. It's a classic. Blocks off a lot of the control, but if you don't clear it out, you could have room to breathe. Cadian in his scopes, and they've got it covered.
Yeah, he jumped up and they heard his footsteps. That was awkward. I'm surprised they went for that 2 rounds in a row, Jackie. Yeah. I mean, that goes to show that, you know, we were talking before about how Legacy was so introverted and like tame and shy and timid. You've got to give props to Bestia. They're coming out here, they're taking the fight to Liquid. It may not have worked, but if nothing else now, for the rest of the T rounds, Liquid are going to be unsure as to what's coming up against them.
Yeah, you condition them, right? Where you're going for these mid plays again and again, it kind of makes you think, all right, guys, we need to have a lot more respect around the mid smoke. We can't take as much pace early. Do they clear out Boiler? I mean, they've got the nades for it. You can bounce it around the corner, see if you want to go in guns blazing. They both clear lane at the same time, but the back's completely exposed. They're giving away the frags for free. It's a fire sale towards Boiler. Yakindar at least has the extremities covered. Good for one as he takes down Deco to the grave, leaving it in a 2v2 on rotate towards A.
Important kill for Yakindar, though. That allows Liquid to explode out onto the site, get the post plant in, and with the AWP of Cadian, there's every chance they can lock this down. There is a lot of utility between these two players, though. And Noxie still alive with the AWP. Molly, smoke, 2 flashes in one hand, and Luchov has a smoke and flash of his own, and they have kits. So Skulls is going to try and draw fire away and keep the attention off of Cadian wherever possible, but now he's giving his position away. Tries to snatch at the shot, missing out. Skulls now gets nailed down to 16 HP, and Noxie will finish him off. Skulls going to have to try and carve together a masterful 1v2, but it's going to be Luchov that whips out the sidearm and takes him down. And with the kit, they're going to have enough time. Bestia have got success again.
These nail biters keep on coming. God damn, the claws have come out tonight. Silence falls across Liquid as well off the back of that one. That is such a rough round to have ripped away from you. This is carnage, Vince. This is what we were hoping for. A bit of a cage match.
This is precisely why you also said, Jackie, coming into this, like, you loved the fact it was Inferno.
Oh, yeah, bud.
Because you knew, Jackie, that Bestia, they're no scrubs on this map, man. They're going to make you sweat. They're going to make you work for each of those. And again, it's another really rough half-buy / force for Liquid.
The early exchange of utility then towards Banana. Liquid giving up that control this time. Grouping, playing more of a wolf pack up towards brackets, looking to execute together with the limited weaponry. You want to play where they're going to be more advantageous. Get up close in the face of the CTs. Mayan's face could be lit up, not with bullets though, as he bites back onto Skulls. You've got balcony covered. The clothesline is just removing everyone from Liquid. They do at least find 2. Okay, a little bit of room to breathe again now.
There's that dynamic duo we were talking about with the 2 SMGs. They've now traded up to the 1 M4. They're going to push through that smoke, though, and Luchov takes both heads. The executioner. The guillotine comes down, and Bestia with another successful retake.
They're believing as well. You see it with how these rounds are playing out, man. Full faith in each other, the squad really delivering right now. It's also the difference as well. If you imagine for Liquid, right, everyone's kind of spinning the narrative of saying, like, you've got to win through the RMRs, you've got to make it to the major, you've got to do it cleanly as well. Like, these games need to look really good, boys. We've got to make sure the project's paying off. For Bestia, you're coming in just thinking, all right, We've done this a couple of times. We haven't been able to make it out. It's the first one in CS2. Maybe things can be different. You don't have any of that pressure on your shoulders. There's only benefits that can come from it. And you know if you best Liquid as well, you start taking a good few rounds off and start winning a couple of clutches, you can try to get under their skin.
And you have the entire nation of Argentina behind you as well, man. Like, the support and love these guys get is going to be massive. You can see them donning the Argentinian flag on the back of their chair as well. Very proud to be from the nation. So yeah, I completely agree, man. I think if you think of the pressure, you think of the expectancy, it's much higher on Liquid's shoulders. Your Kindar, in the meanwhile, though, is wiggling his way, snaking his way into the smoke. He knows a player was here. He could hear the bullets tracing through that smoke, and although he lands the dink, Luchov survives on 4. And he can back off to the CT side, knowing that he's claimed the first kill. Liquid on the back foot again.
Him staying alive is all that matters. It's just another presence on the server. Even dips out when they take the close CT angle off of him. He's so brave. He's sat there with 4 HP in the middle of the smoke, boosting his teammate back up. Deco does damage from the top rope, hits him with the elbow. It's all on Naf. Julies are pulled out. The dual Berettas are singing as he spams his way through, switches back to the Kalashnikov. But all you get in this is 2 frags. No overall round as Bestia take the lead in the best of 1.
And Naf is playing some solid Counter-Strike, man, but it feels a little bit one-dimensional. You know, Yakindar's had a really slow game. Yes, he landed a Tech-9 headshot there, and he could have maybe turned the fortunes around, but it's looking a little bit top-heavy. Naf, 12 kills. You're dropping down to like Kindar on 3. It's a bit more evenly spread across there, whereas you look across the Bestia, we've had Thomasin popping off with a couple of huge rounds. Noxie's had a couple of massive AWP kills, and then Luchov seems to come alive in these clutch situations. He always seems to be there.
And we're straight back to basics as well. You throw the deep mid phase smoke. But like we were saying, you've been doing it so many times where you push deep mid, it's going to keep them a little bit antsy. Try to break it. A little bit too short on that one. Can't take the peak down with the AWP and get a free frag towards T-stops where you know they'll be defending.
And that also puts pressure, by the way. If you think you're getting pushed down the middle, it's going to make your banana control a lot harder. Because if you think you're being wrapped around the back, you're always going to have a set of eyes looking over your shoulder. You can't fully focus down on banana. So it has this like multiple pronged effect. It's really cool to see, and it is having an effect right now, but out comes Twists again with that Mac 10, shutting down Thomasin. Very important kill, and it opens up Arches.
He tried to play anti-flash on a peak, had his face against the wall, hoping he could beat it, peek off the back of the flash going off, and at least get the 1-for-1. Doesn't work out though. Mac 10 does deliver. You arm yourself with that M4. Reface round onto quad from Nox, and that gives up a big amount of space. You know, you can bleed in towards A now. They're even out barreling towards top banana, so they're fighting both sides at the same time. Bomb's going to wrap back to the one side where there is 2 CTs, so a bit of information here, but the head lopped off.
Yeah, this will feel like they're dizzy right now, Bestia. It's like it's A, no, it's B, no, it's A, no, it's B. They just have no idea what's going on, and Luchov is just going to try and dust himself off here and try and figure out, okay, listen, it's me versus 3, last round of the half, I have to go in for this one. Let's just put that aim to use. He's going to get sideswiped, though, more than likely. Cadian's watching from Arches, Twists from Library, and Luchov is backing away. Does he assume that this is the B side? I don't think he even realizes it's A, and that's the kind of confusion I'm talking about, Jackie. They were getting hit from so many different angles. Yeah. It's hard to know exactly where it was coming from.
No, exactly. It looked like Bomb was going to finish late B at the end of that one. So now he's just going to run straight in, finish it up. Twist was holding the angle towards Library the entire time. Spills the Sanguine and a wine cellar. And they at least bring it back to an equal half. Right down the middle, 6 rounds apiece, but delivering on the first half.
I think we can say in the context, if you offered Liquid 6 rounds on the T side, they would have said thank you very much. But when you think about how far in the lead they were at one stage, it was like, what, 4-0 or somewhere around that mark, 4-1. They'd be a bit disappointed with how things ended up. A lot of clutches as well, a lot of 2v2, 3v3s. But overall, dead even, I think, is a fair result. But now the pressure is on Bestias. Like, you've had some aggression on the CT side, trying to keep the Ts at bay. How do you explode onto these sides? How do you exploit any weaknesses in the defense that Liquid have?
And we can see a little bit of that theory crafting going on. The coach, with the limited time you have, of course, no half-time pause. We are straight in here at the PGL RMRs, so things keep moving quite quickly. He instilled some knowledge into the Bestia roster. Everyone up to speed. Second half pistol goes live. A big one for either team here. try and get that early advantage. Cadian spamming down towards middle just as they come running up.
Oh, we have a Zeus in play. I know you love this one, Jackie.
Could be a shocker.
Oh, Cadian rattles the dome of Luchov, and Twist now hearing plenty of footsteps. Thomasin shocked into a grave, and now Twist can try and turn his attention onto multiple oncoming T's, getting a second kill. Pretty important, all things considered. It does maintain a player advantage, but Deco through the smoke double tap Snaf.
Oh, mate. That wasn't a taser, Vince. It was a defib. It's woken him back up. It's got him dialed in and ready to clash onto this pistol. Deco, he's got the fade in hands. Cadian doubles up with Yekindar round towards Mini Pit. Just playing on the back of the site. Waiting for the smoke to dissipate and them to push in. Noxie clears out the whole way round quad. Has a bit of a read on how this round's going to go. The CT slowly creeping round. They've got the first contact. Backstab comes in for one. Needs to hit the follow-up shot. It's labored, but it's on point. He gets it in the end, and they take the pistol. 4 frags to his name. A round that looked like it was cooked, Vince.
And looking from his reaction, you'd never think he just landed a 4K in a 1v2. He's just full chilling. Complete and utter control over his emotions. And they'll know how important that round was, man. It allows you now to really accelerate into the lead and keep the CTs in such an awkward position. We know the capabilities when it comes to Liquid of holding positions and playing more static Counter-Strike, how good their aims are. They got a bunch of turrets on this team, but now you're going to make them sweat a little bit more. And it feels like every single clutch that we've seen, every 2v2 has gone the way of Bestia.
Yeah.
Like, think of how many retakes they landed on the first half and now getting it done on the T side.
It's classic, man. It's vintage Counter-Strike, right? They're going for every clutch, going for every round. It always seems like they're just up for the task. They're never on the back foot. They always want to engage, try and push the initiative and build from it. Don't give that respect to the name. Play your style of Counter-Strike and make it work. Round 14 now live. SMG's invested into for Liquid. Twist smoked out from Boiler, has to give up the early position. 3 players towards Banana as well. Resmoke can be called in from Naf. Noxie just looking for info. Goes ahead of the smoke, runs on in, dink down from the top. Does fall, so the first frag claimed for free to Liquid.
And although there was a rotation, it's because nothing's really been seen in A so far, or B for that matter. They can cheat back over those players again, and out to the open they come. Skulls gets one. Naf on the other side is going to pincer in for one of his own, and it's suddenly gone from bad to worse. Liquid have a 3v1 advantage, and Thomasin with a Galil is fully healthy. Does have the time on the clock to try and make this one sting, and the bomb just ahead of him, but he must know that he's getting pincered in from mid in the meanwhile. Gets one, but traded straight back out, and Liquid back into winning ways. A bit of a head scratcher to push one player out on B by yourself, but they tried to run the ruse and misdirect back onto the site, and that's where the 5-7 aim just came in.
Yeah, man. They had a couple of nades as well stationed over towards Banana, but all in all, it was kind of just the one player, you know, flashing a pan play, hope that it works out, gets spammed down from the top, and it all crumbles away. And when they're going out brackets as well, it's one of those where it almost feels like now you're sort of in a position where, you know, the adrenaline's quite high. You've won a lot of clutches. You go into that round, 2 players focusing towards Arch, leave your back exposed. It all goes wrong. Cadian, really trying to get everyone to focus up here as well. Obviously, these are the rounds, right? These are the moments where he has a little bit of opportunity to speak to everyone, get them on the same page. If they subscribe to that theory, it can really bring you back in.
He's so much experience as well that Cadian brings to the table. Multitude of teams. He's been at the very highest levels of Counter-Strike at majors, been all there, done it multiple times over. And of course, he's speaking to a team that also has tons of experience. You know, like Naf, for example. Remember watching him in live in Katowice back in 2019, where he had a bit of a rough tournament. Twist, obviously, is a major winner. Tons of pedigree on this team and a lot of early damage as well from these HEs.
And that pedigree chow has been put into the HE. Chonky damage, like an overfed pet. Stripping its way through Luchov and Mayan. You've got a 1 hero AK to build off of into the round. Luchov still has it in his hands for now. He's just holding. You play anti-eco, see if they push down, if there's a bit of confidence on the Liquid camp, and then you can build from it. Let them give you the first mistake.
Interestingly, I was just looking into some of the stats here in terms of opening duels. Kindar's 1 and 3. Typically a player that would be looking for the reverse of that stat. Of a slow start, but he has a chance to make amends, and it's more of the same. Down he falls, no kills in return. A Molotov nearly lighting up 2 players into an early grave, but it has allowed them to take over a second player. So many low health bars on the side of Bestia in only 38 seconds.
It's mad that all the damage has basically just been done from utility alone. The opening HE into the molly, right? And now you wait for Twist, finally gets an opportunity to use the rifle. Spams down, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. This still favors Bestia. They just need to clean out the back of the bomb site. And Skulls, he's cleaving his way through them. Armed with a butcher knife, finds the headshot. Good night from Noxy as he claps back. But 15 seconds and a lot to get done.
Such an important 3K as well, because even after he picks up 3, it's still a 1-on-2. And Noxy with just the P250, he's got the post plant. He's going to accelerate their economy a little bit more going into the next round. But man, Skulls has some crisp aim on him. We've seen it a few times. It seems to be with the SMGs. He got those 2 kills out of apps in the first half, lays it down there with a 3K. Man, this guy can use anything.
Yeah, man knows his recoil. He studied the books, puts Fury into practice at the minute. It's crazy how much the tempo goes up and down as well for Bestia, right? When they're winning rounds, you see really different body language. The human element of CS for them is definitely at the forefront.
I think that's why you need a player like Deco. You know, we said after his clutch, he barely even reacted. He was just super chill, super vibed. And that's where you're looking at players like that to just keep that maintenance kind of like level of energy going across that you can really build off for the rest of the team. I don't think Bestia will be pushing the panic buttons or anything just yet. I mean, they're in a really good spot, all things considered. They've had a couple of close moments as well. You know, they've made Liquid sweat out these CT rounds. That 2v1 clutch, for example, if Skulls doesn't tee off, you could be looking at a very different situation come the end of that one. So I think right now, this is where you want to just chill things down. Remember that you've had opportunities in the past at RMRs and you've not quite grasped them. What mistakes did you learn?
And you change fate this time for the first set of RMRs for CS2. Can you start it off one map up, one step closer to Copenhagen? Or will that be going the way of Liquid? At the minute, the CTs lead by a single round. Slow stuff from Bestia. Waiting to see again if Liquid are going to push off of this. If they start to get a bit too big for their boots, try and take map control off them. Leaving it down to the final minute on the clock.
Trying to draw as much utility out from the CTs as possible. This also will be like $2,000 or $3,000 if they can get all the incendiary smokes, flashes. And now deciding to hit late on, catching KD with a nade out. That's going to get punished. Thomasian makes the most of it. And now Skull's in a bit of an awkward position. Going to get nullified from Mayan on apps. And they have enough space. They have enough time now to draw across the bomb. 30 seconds left. Noxy lands a deagle. And suddenly it's down to Yakindar. He's been spotted from a mile off. And Bestia comes straight back in with Tech 9s. A 40-second left on the clock. Just full execute, explosive play. And Liquid are left in shatters.
Ah, it's madness, mate. Leave it down to so little on the clock, then you just go sprinting in, windmilling, taking all the heads off. That was a time bomb of a round. And it's about to blow up in Yakindar's face. You might get one. A mere prize at least, a single kill. Yeah, you can maybe hold on to the MP9, but overall, that's a banger. No MP9 being taken from the grave either. 8-8. They're straight back in, and that's with Tech 9s, flashes, and smokes.
And that should have been Liquid's bonus round. KD is at $7,000. Everyone else is around 2K. That should have been their bonus round coming in, where you put some of those SMGs to use. You're feeling pretty good. You build up yourself a buffer. Instead, you've just been on the receiving end of a Hail Mary haymaker. And it's going to be a tilter as well, because Canian's thinking, like, I've just been watching mid for the last 20, 30 seconds. Yeah. The second he pulls a HE out, he gets wide swung from a Tech 9. That is a proper full-on tilter.
Oh, it's vintage CS timing, isn't it? As soon as we cut to his POV, nade comes out and swing. Brutal scenes. And now you're rearmed. The AKs have been delivered to the doorstep. You've got the M4 you carry over as well. Armed to the teeth, the utility belts, they're full. For Liquid, it's a whole lot harder. Cadian just on the one, the hero orb. Everything invested into this man to be the difference maker. Send reverberations through the game with his defense towards B.
So the idea here is Cadian's going to take a shot. They're going to throw a smoke from NAF. And they have the third player up close in Yakindar if they get fully on executed. So it's all about Cadian here. If he can get one on the retreat, then it puts Liquid into a pretty good spot. And all 5 players on Bestia are up on Banana. They have no presence over on Apps, no presence on middle either. This is playing into Liquid's hands, but Cadian needs to get this shot. He needs to connect, and he's done just that. Yekindar now moves up close. There's no counteractive play. Molly's tossed in instead. Yekindar with the 5-7. Coming through the 5-7 is going to do nothing really. And Cadian's been closed in from the different angle. Nafline now goes in with his 5-7 to get 3 quick headshots from Naf. Goes down finally, but the damage has been done.
Absolutely mauls them with the sidearm. Puts it into a position for Liquid to convert this round now. The pistol doing all the work. You've just got to finish it. Deco backs off towards New Box, throws out the cheeky smoke as well, giving him a little bit of a shroud to play off of. For Cadian, he's just playing back towards CT. It's the aggression from Skulls that catches him off on the peak, and they do find their form in that round.
Cadian got a shot, man, but there was a couple of iffy moments after that point where, honestly, I think both teams come out with that kind of like, oh, that didn't quite go as cleanly as we wanted. But obviously Liquid, hot off the back of having an open 4, basically 5-7s and P250s, they're a hell of a lot happier. And that man, Nafly, it's this 3K that just secures the round, really, and seals the deal.
You're seeing glimpses, tiny bits of them. Behind a Molotov, behind the smoke. So on point, though, with the 5-7. Makes a world of difference. The last tactical pause is going to be used now as well. Fair play. Probably the best time for it. You fall behind by 1 round. You know, you can clap straight back into this one. You get the head-to-head on the AWPs as well.
Here we go. Back live again. 9-8 the score. As one-sided as our previous game between Legacy and Pain was, this is anything but. And this is maybe the game that a lot of people expected to be a bit more one-sided out of the two. But you cannot overlook and underestimate Bestia's abilities. And they're not done just yet, Jackie. They can absolutely bring themselves back into this. Noxy with the AWP, going to be facing off against Cadian again. And 3 players early on over on the B side of the map for the CTs.
Deep mid Molotov to instigate things. Countered by the smoke. Utility used down towards Banana again as well, but they break it. Yekindar hunting straight through. Looking to see if there's an opportunity for an opening. Cadian resets himself, can post that up on top of the wall. It's a great angle to play off with the AWP. You can basically leave him there as the rock to defend as well.
Problem could be, though, and why Yekindar's probably sticking around, is one flashbang can potentially ruin Cadian's day, and you can see him go in for the anti-flash, but more importantly, sticks the landing onto Noxy. He may have took a bullet to the leg, but he's still alive on 15, and gives Bestia their first casualty. What an important pick that is.
No, it's massive for them. Could change the course of the round. Yekindar now waiting for them to finally emerge through the smoke. Instantly claps onto Deco, downs another one. You've got a huge advantage, room to play these trades efficiently for the CT side, whereas for Bestia, it gets a whole lot harder.
Slowly maneuvering their way up. They have no smokes left. Tons of flashes, but no smokes. Oh, how do you break onto the site at this stage? I think they're going to have to save. It's a 3-player save back in the T side. Liquid going to be hitting double digits first. Thomas is like, let me out, please. Don't get punished at least.
There's an 8-foot man at T steps. He's huge. It's actually just 2 Ts wearing an overcoat.
It would have been so awkward if they got peeked at that very moment.
Shoot the one on the bottom, the other falls down.
Cool little set play, though, and the Yekindar with a lovely time double tap through the smoke onto Deco. Didn't know what hit him. And the rest was just put into place. It's where we're starting to see Liquid with their calling. They're throwing different dynamics in here. Can Bestia continue the pace, or are Liquid just going to pull away with this one?
Three Musketeers on the saved weapons that were brought over from the prior round. Ooh, giving a little bit of Bestia style straight back to them. You smoke deep mid, you get the walk down. 1-for-1 trade early towards the bottom of Banana. Luchov, he might not expect this either, so you've got deep mid control completely for free. Then the setup on a peak with the AWP. Skulls is just waiting here for an opportunity to strike. Coiled like a viper, shuts down another man. And you've lost one of those weapons already. It's just a Tech 9 and 2 AKs in play. Luchov gets hit by the nade. ODDIK's going to give that one up.
You have Thomas in, who was waiting this whole time, and Abs, they've got themselves a couple of kills. Suddenly the advantage goes in favor of Bestia. Twist with a bit of a laboured spray, but doesn't get punished by it. And he's going to get pushed into. Molotovs and flashes firing his way towards him, and Luchov gets a 1-for-1 trade. It's down to him versus Yakinda. Yakinda, though, fast with that rotation. Could catch Luchov off guard. Throwing the smoke up onto Arches. It's all about the next kill, and Yakinda gets the timing peak. Liquid move across to 11, but how the hell did that even get so close, Jackie? Because the opening 20 seconds of that round was all Liquid.
Yeah, and it was just stomping on them again and again, and then somehow you've been able to find little opportunities. I suppose you've taken a fight where you just dropped down into underpass as well. It's a Tech 9 waiting for you. It gives you the right hook. Suddenly you've got room to play. That twist as well with the spray. It was looking a little bit scary, right? The difference, man. If he doesn't find those opening picks, at least slow down the push round quad. Suddenly that bomb site setup could have been a whole different story.
Yeah, it was that moment where Skulls gets the kill onto the T-steps where you think, right, this round's done, you know.
Yeah, wrap it up.
And then Thomasin just goes for the wide swing from the boiler and everything kind of turns on its head. Meanwhile, though, it's going to be Tech 9s. Bestia half buying into this round. Yakinda and Luchov, little do they know, they're on the opposite side of the smoke to each other. But Yakinda, once this smoke clears, there could be 2 or 3 Ts that line up for him. Surely at some point, though, Luchov is going to try and move his way around and not be able to maneuver at all. No, he does bypass Yakinda. Yakinda's just got everything in his favor, but Neko checks his angles, and Naf may get 2, but it puts way more pressure on Cadian. He'll pass with flying colors on the first, but the run and gun spray from Bestia takes it down into a 2-on-2.
Oh, mate, that round absolutely was bananas, Vince. Somehow they come out on top, finding their way into the back of the bomb site, though, and you've got weapons to work with. Thomasin fires off the warning shot, heralds the face and the head of Deco. Well, that's splattered. Thomasin on the repeat round through ruins, takes down Twists, put it all into a 1v1. Match point on the line here for Liquid if they can prevail in the clutch, and it's Skulls. He's ice cold in these sort of scenarios. Has the bells and whistles to work with as well. Nades in the back pocket, but time is ticking down. Does have a kit to play off. Thomasin waits for the face, sees it, and seizes the opportunity as well. Stays alive in the game.
That's a fantastic round from Thomasin in particular, man. Picks up the AWP, lands 2 quick-fire shots. And that Tech 9 run and gun from Banana, man. I think Yakinda is probably tilted off the face of the planet because he did everything right in this situation. He held fire, he didn't shoot at all, and I think Deco just caught a glimpse of him as the smoke faded and just instantly wrapped onto his head.
Mate, it's the way both of them have just bounced off him, like some sort of a pinball on a push-up Banana, right? And you're thinking, yeah, map geometry looks a bit weird on radar, boys can't quite get close, but it is what it is. Yakinda's going to be fuming with that one. But this is just fuel to the fire for Bestia. Skulls eating the nade as well towards mid, but Cadian still making the difference with the AWP. Again, another hero play.
And again, another round where the AWP has to have some impact. It's MP9's Yakinda, you madman. Luchov is going to devour that all day, every day, and that puts way more pressure on that. We've seen him pass with flying colors in this very position before with the 5-7, but the MP9 lets him down. And although Cadian lands the shrapnel onto Luchov, it's another 3v3 retake, and considering the weaponry, should be favoring the Argentinians.
You're set up for this, you've got crossfires, post plants to play off. CT's realizing they don't want to throw away that AWP for free either. Skulls also has an AK, so back off, play towards the A site. You got that pick inside of apartments. You'll take that one to the grave. Twist is the only player that just had a pistol to work on, so he can stay able to CZ, maybe find an exit at best. But the game's getting a whole lot closer now.
Nice kill. Can let the bomb do the rest onto Noxy. It doesn't even have to kill him outright. That should be Noxy dead now from the bomb. Twist has done his job. Well played by him, goes down with the ship at great cost to the economy of Bestia. But it still is success to the Argentinian team, and another round where there were opportunities. Like Yakinda gets caught rotating back onto CT, the freest of kills for Luchov. I don't know if the call was made that, like, oh, only one banana, it should be fine. This kill here. And that allowed them to then put the pressure on Naf, who was basically stuck with an MP9 against the world. Like, he was never going to win out on that trade.
Yeah, you're so isolated. It did feel really weird, the timing of it for the quick rotation from Yekindar jumping across just in case they do come out, but the spray was on point. Hits the money shot. And you're really in the bottom of the barrel now. Trying to figure out what you even do into this round in terms of the investment. Low cash, of course. You do have those weapons that were brought over, Skulls and Cadian basically being the only firepower for Liquid here on the 22nd.
That is plenty of firepower, but it's more along the lines of Twists not having anything in his hands that could be a bit of a concern, as he has been quite the beast in this game in terms of ADR speaking, in terms of the kills in that first half. Naf also down to just the USP. But it seems like every time Cadian has the one weapon that you're looking at to have impact, he just finds a kill out of nothing.
Yeah.
He just has this amazing ability to have a read of the situation, to get one kill at least and give you the advantage.
You've got deep mid control. You've set up on brackets. You've got one player already pushed down, playing on the off angle towards second mid. But the barrel of nades is drawing your attention, making you think this is going to be a B play. So we do see Twists backing off through Arch and going over to support. It's not a hard commit though. You need the backup here towards second mid. Skulls at least spotting one. Now sees two on a face down middle, but he gets absolutely splattered. You've got a first pick to build off. Cadian hasn't played his card yet.
Yeah, it's unfortunate timing. They were playing all into him, baiting them out, so they would go for a peek on middle. Cadian was boosted up there for ages, and the second he goes into second mid to peek through bedroom is when Skulls gets found and fragged. The timing there could not have been worse. But as you say, he still has that ace up the sleeve. He still has the AWP at his utility, at his disposal. Problem is the rest of his team are flat out broke on those USPs. It's asking a lot of Cadian to single-handedly win this round, and considering he's rotating to B as the bomb is about to pierce out of apps, it's not looking good. However, a save could come in. ODDIK could be the man to try and stave this one off, or perhaps not. Takes the shot, sent the mouse down, he will drop, but that's information that will be gathered and thrown across to his teammates to successfully plant the bomb on A, and this round will tie us up to 11-11.
Naf still pretty slick with it. Hits the big old dink down onto Noxy at the end there, but he'll still be standing. And the round, the real commodity of the game, well, that goes the way of the T side. They're going to tie it up in a neat package, 11-11. Liquid forced to just hold on to the investment into this round, carry it over into the next. You're going to be going up against the fully stacked squad of Bestia.
Tell you what, Jackie, this may not have been the cleanest Counter-Strike, but it's been a damn entertaining map so far. It's been an enthralling one. It's been great to see Bestia really arrive here at the RMR and not crumble under the pressure of Liquid. I mean, seeing them up first, you'd be thinking, oh man, could it have got much worse than this? But they're standing their ground and they're going blow for blow with Liquid.
Yeah, well, especially like for the core of this team, Noxy, Deco, and Mayon. You've had 3 runs at American RMRs. You've come close. You've been in those positions before where you've had soul-crushing defeats, right? You know that every game is worth its weight in gold. So it doesn't matter if it's a hard team to beat. You've got to beat everyone to make it there.
Right.
And they're playing like that. They're playing to their strengths. It's very aggressive CS, always keen for a clutch round as well. But this is where it matters most. Can you do it now? 23rd round, 11-11.
And they're sharing the burden as well, man. Like, not one player has the entire weight of the RMRs on their shoulders. Everyone is pulling their weight. Luchov, such an aggressive player, has been in these entry positions multiple times, may not find his man, but he's forced away the CTs and established banana control with 1:30 left on the clock. I mean, this is so quick that they're putting that little bit of extra pressure across the Liquid.
Cadian back towards Arch side, elevated with a scope. Holding the peak on the pallet. A lot of the T-side grouping back up towards mid now, looking to fight for control of the brackets. Cadian needs to deliver. The close shot connects on the back of the leg, and Deco is down for the count.
Great opening pick from Cadian again. By the way, that's his 6th opening duel that he has won. He is head and shoulders above anybody else. The nearest is 3. Cadian has consistently got them the player advantage, and they still can't quite weather the storm.
After that initial push towards brackets, 2 of the T's have fragmented off from the play, backed off towards top banana. Sole defender of the bomb site is Yakindar, supported by Naf from deep CT with the famous 28 seconds left on this, though. Once this utility comes in, you're going to draw that rotate. You need the backstab of the other two Ts towards A to make a play, but it's all a ruse. You want to guarantee that Liquid give up some of the defense. They posture off. Now you start to take space. Thomasin out through balcony. Arch being executed on as well, but they're coming back quick.
Skulls just has to get one kill here, and that may be enough alongside Twists. With 6 seconds left, they're laying down the Ts and putting them into an early grave. Liquid gonna have a map point. They're gonna have a match point here to kick off the Americas RMR. Such an important round. Relief on the face of Cadian. And Nice Boys comes out as well. He's so happy about that one. But he is what effectively allowed them to get into that position. That pick through middle with the AWP was huge.
Big difference maker, overthinking the round potentially there as well with the way they were hoping Liquid rotate off, but timing, it was going to be so down to the fine margins every time they went for the play. Doesn't work out. You're fighting for overtime now for the T side, just with MAC-10s, AKs, and some utility across the board. Liquid, they've got all the firepower they could hope for. They just need to close it here. Don't let the game bleed on and force into overtime. That's what they're going to be thinking about this one. Just shut it down.
That's it, get it done cleanly right now. Don't allow this to get into those murky depths of OT. HE tossed out, all about timing, just a little bit too early. Tom is in now, going to be pushing behind that, realizing that there may be some eyes trained up. The smoke's going to be deployed as well onto the brackets. No great guess from the CTs as to where this is going to end, and Twist, though, single-handedly shuts the door on 3, and down it comes. Liquid, and the blink of an eye, take the 13-11. A really nice Valorant attempt from Bestia, but ultimately it was a bridge too far.
Yeah, they put up some good fights. The Argentinian squad having a close run on Inferno, but in the end, the twist of the knife for Liquid shuts it down.
Well, 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 there we have it, boys. What seemed to be like, at the very start of that matchup, at least, as though Liquid could have taken away the victory here, very much ended up being a very back and forth affair between them. Jacob, on the side of Liquid, what on earth led them to be so, you know, not necessarily dominating like we thought they would?
Yeah, the game became a bit too scrappy for my liking, a bit too scrappy for Liquid's liking, I'm sure as well. A lot of clutches, a lot of force buys back and forth. It didn't feel like a game where Liquid were in full control, unfortunately. As you said, off to a good start. They're up 4-0, they're winning the pistol, they're converting the second round as well, looking somewhat decent on the T side. And then a couple of rounds, a couple of clutches doesn't go their way. I remember a 2v2, a 3v3, and from that point onwards, it was just a very much a scrappy fight. Almost felt like a fist fight, you know, in a schoolyard. And that's not supposed to happen when you're Team Liquid. You're supposed to take control of the game, you're supposed to win the game, you're supposed to assert dominance on the server, and we didn't see that. So they allowed Bestia to be part of this game for way too long, and hats off to them. They played their chance and got very close to a great result.
I mean, that was kind of the game plan I expected Bestia to bring to the table in this matchup. We kind of discussed that even in the pregame. That was probably Bestia's best chance, is to kind of take their scrappier play style that they're known for on Inferno and try to implement that as quickly as possible, try to rattle Liquid a little bit, kind of unsettle their foundation. But you don't expect Liquid to play into that hand. You expect them to kind of be the better team, you know, show class, so to speak, and just try to avoid that pesky type of scrappy play. But you can really see that they had a lot of struggles in the mid portions of each half. They had hot starts on both halves. One pistol had 4-0 start in the first half. Second half, they lose pistol, but then followed up right away with the 4-spy victory to get a couple of rounds and put themselves in a pretty good position. But there was just like rounds like this. Like, why is Yakindar putting himself in risky positions like this for no reason, where he really has no escape plan, no way out? He's best one and done. I believe they had a round soon afterwards where they had, I believe it was Skulls with an AK by himself on stairs in front of, you know, alternate mid. That was the only rifle they had. They put him on an island, and it's just like these weird, just like game plan that I just didn't understand, that put them in just positions they didn't need to be in.
It's a team that for now, at the very least, again, it's just the best of one, and we have seen them struggle a little bit, but it does feel like a team that lacks a bit of synergy. They lack a bit of trust in each other, maybe lack a bit of trust in the game plan that isn't as clear defined as they would like it to. As we spoke about coming into it, Cadian having to integrate his play style, his way of thinking Counter-Strike into Skulls, who's coming from the outside, into Yakindar, who used to be an in-game leader, into Twist, who came from FaZe Clan as well. So you have all these mix of ideas of how to approach Counter-Strike. They're trying to mix into one team, and I agree with you. It it does feel like whenever you're watching Team Liquid play, the individuals feel like they have to do more than the team, sort of. It feels like the individuals have to win the game instead of the combination of the players and the synergy in between them. And that's something that if you're Kaden and if you're Zeus, the coach behind them, you're not satisfied. Even if you win a game like this, it's not a great performance, to be honest.
Well, Dust, you mentioned before you even started this series, the fact that Bestia would look to approach this in quite a scrappy playstyle. For the side of Team Liquid, what would have been their best shot at, you know, not allowing it to be such a close scoreline given the scrappy playstyle?
I think it's just about the synergy in the mid-round. You know, it's about trying to, you know, communicate effectively in those chaotic moments and try to figure out solutions, particularly if you can find them, you know, on the fly. And I think really the biggest thing for me was on their CT side, I think they took risks that weren't necessary. You know, like I said, putting Yukindar by himself at the half wall inside of a smoke grenade, just kind of rolling the dice. Or, you know, the following round, they just had Canids AWP and they had Skulls on the only IEK that they had, and they just put him in a deep position alt mid by himself, and these like weird positions where it's like, come on, you're Liquid, you're the better team. Like, you don't have to be taking, you know, these gambly type of plays. You can just kind of play standard or, you know, play to like, you know, a more normalized game plan. You probably have a better chance at success, but it just felt like it got a little too in murky waters for my liking, particularly in this tail end of the second half.
Thank God for Twist, you know, having another wonderful game on Inferno. We mentioned his name coming into it. He's by far the highest rated player for Team Liquid on this specific map, finishing with 116 ADR. We saw in the very last round as well, he was the guy stepping up, you know, picking up the pace and making sure they would end up getting the win. So as much as I agree with you, you know, we're looking at a Team Liquid right now where the team play is far from okay. It's far from being good enough, but at least they have the individuals. And this time around, for now at the very least, it was enough with Twist playing well.
I mean, if it wasn't for Naf getting that triple kill at the 5-7 on B, I think that was like maybe one of the last 4 rounds of the game or something like that. And then it was round 23, Bestia actually threw a pretty good fake and actually pulled the rotation towards Banana, and you're like, uh-oh, like Liquid might put themselves out of place. And then as you notice, it's like Twist just pulls off a crazy play on lane and kind of saves the day. And this is actually it right here. Kaden gets the initial op pick, but then, you know, they pull the fake at B, it kind of rotates everyone over, and it forces them to just have to kind of put together this crazy crossfire at numbers disadvantage. And luckily, their individuals set up a multi-frag in what was a pretty critical moment in order to put Liquid to map point, and ultimately they would close out in the very next
Liquid,
round.
You know, credit where credit is due for Bestia as well. They're trying to play the game of Counter-Strike. They're not trying to win in a FPL style, win in a style where it's just about running around and trying to get lucky. They were trying to play proper Counter-Strike. They were trying to throw fakes at Team Liquid. They were trying to outsmart them, which they did in a couple of scenarios as well. So credits to them. Again, we didn't give them much chances coming into this game, and rightfully so. When you look at the quality of players they have to go up against Team Liquid, then they played probably the best game they could have. You know, it was very close for us to be standing right here talking about an overtime game that could have gone both ways.
And I love the fact that you mentioned that it did come down to the individual players and who was able to show up round per round. And I think a perfect example of that is one that you mentioned, Dust. Pimp, I want you to take me through round 17 and that amazing 3K from Nav.
Yeah, I think it's a game changer for me at the very least. Kaden gets the first one right here. He was great in the opening duel succession of the game. You're looking at a scoreline that's 8-8. It could have gone both ways. Good trading. And then you have Nafly with the 5-7 right here in a great position. Unfortunately for him, he's not really hindered in doing this. There's no flashes. There's no trade frag coming in. He's pretty much just left on an island right here, swinging back and forth with the 5-7. And as much as I want to give Nafly credit for that play, because it was a big play and a great play with the 5-7, it also shows the limitation of Bestia. This was a poor execute. It was a rush decision to go in through the smoke, especially with no backup in terms of flashes, no trade frag, no one jumping in to make it tough for Nafly. They just ran in one by one and kind of exposed themselves to be what they are right now, a team with great potential, but not enough class to win rounds like these.
Well, I think given the result that we've seen here from Team Liquid as well, and considering the fact that, you know what, this Swiss format that we've got two losses and then you are well and truly out as well, they can't really afford to rely an awful lot on the individual players. But you know what, I think only time will tell whether or not the Team Liquid that we seem to know and love will really come back to play and come back to fruition as well. But boys, it's been a long set of best of ones. We've had 4 best of ones here on the A stream, 4 on the B stream as well. But if you have missed all of the action that happened on that wonderful B stream, let's go ahead and visit some of the results that we've got here. And I want to quiz you boys. Any surprises thrown your way?
I mean, I thought Wildcard would put up a better fight than that against Red Canids. I mean, I had Wildcard as actually kind of one of my dark horses, but perhaps even make it all the way through just based on some of their results in North America recently. They even qualified, I think, for like a recent LAN coming up. So I thought they would have a decent shot in that game and be the favorite, and they actually just got torn to bits. And I will say I expected Energy to play Imperial a bit closer than that. I did have Imperial picked as my favorite to win the game, but I thought that it would be a tighter match than 13-2. So that definitely caught me off guard. But Cole and M80 winning were definitely what I expected to see.
Yeah, I would agree with that sentiment. You know, two very lopsided games to finish off the day on the B stream. Whereas for M80, you know, they're continuing to do somewhat decent with, let's call him a stand-in still in Def, you know, the coach who's now playing. Unfortunately for them, not the most optimal circumstances, but we saw in Katowice they could play competitive Counter-Strike. We've seen them win a game here now as well. So I wouldn't count them out just yet.
Well, you know what? I think we should go ahead and recap all of the results that we've had here on the A stream as well. Fantastic showing from some of the teams, less so from others as well. The MIBR and Boss matchup, big surprise there in your way?
Yeah, actually, I expected MIBR to be way more competitive. I expected them to win the game. Boss played a good game of Counter-Strike. They ran with the momentum, had great energy in the game, very assertive on the server as well. Won a couple of key clutches. That was a fun game to watch. Scoreline suggests that it wasn't that close, but I felt that was a game that could have been much, much closer than that. And then for Pain Gaming Legacy, to me, the biggest surprise of the day. Legacy beat Pain Gaming 13-3 last time they played for the qualifier for the RMR, and this time around it was the complete opposite. So didn't really see that coming.
Yeah, I mean, you have a team in Boss who clearly came in as the underdog. They're also not only an underdog, but also dealing with very unfortunate circumstances. Heart goes out to them, of course, and yet they take a MIBR team and they snap their 10-game win streak on an Ancient in pretty wonderful fashion. So I have to imagine that they're pretty elated about that, and it actually puts them in a position to perhaps play spoiler throughout the rest of the tournament that definitely, you know, really exceeded expectations there. Also, you know, I thought Nouns would give FURIA a little bit of a better fight. You know, that was the one thing I'll kind of point out that you didn't mention that did kind of strike me, but it's also good news for FURIA to get a nice clean win like that, because if we're honest, they've been a little bit shaky lately, right? I mean, they won at least a Masters event, and ever since then it's been kind of like, what type of FURIA are we going to get? So for them to come out strong in that game is certainly a good news for
the
FURIA
Brazilian
fans.
Astralis. They've been shocking for 4 years. It's been a rough time for a long time, man.
It almost seemed as though the performances that we'd seen from them last year were definitely a lot better than what we've seen from them thus far. Any inquiry as to why that might be?
I mean, FURIA I think has a lot of issues going for them. One, I think the leadership structure is in a weird place where you bring in Fallen to be the IGL, then it goes back to Art. Now it's probably a combination of the two. You know, I think you don't really have that many players in good individual form on that team. Even Yuri's kind of sunken a little bit. It almost feels like it's all Queserado sometimes. So I think it's a mixture of individual form and a venture of like a leadership scramble.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree with that sentiment. I think the whole leadership thing has been a conversation for 8 months now, ever since Fallen come into the team. And as you said, we saw them at Elisa Masters, and that was a step in the right direction. Unfortunately, some of the players' form beginning in 24 has been very lackluster. Art had a horrible showing in Katowice, and there's just been too many players who's not been showing up at the right moments. And unless that changes, then FURIA will have a tough time not only qualifying, but if they make it to the major, it's not one of the teams you're looking at right now thinking they're going to be a dangerous opponent.
Well, summing up the quality of the matchups that we've had today, because obviously we've come in from covering the CS2 Asia RMRs, and now we've got the Americas. Which region are you feeling has had the better matchups?
I'll say it. I think Mongols might be the best team from Asia I've seen in Counter-Strike, dating back into like pretty early CSGO even. Like there were a couple of Tyloo lineups that had a couple of like upset potential type situations where they had like certain very key maps they were specialists on. They could occasionally pull off wins against elite level teams, but this particular Mongol squad that we just saw make it through the RMR, they actually look like one of the most dangerous teams from Asia I've seen in CS, you know, in a long time. So I do think Mongols is one to look out for, honestly.
European tested, European proven as well. We've seen them at Katowice, at Cologne do some wonderful stuff. You know, been very close to knocking some of the best teams in European Counter-Strike out of the tournaments many times. Have knocked out teams as well from those tournaments. So I very much agree with you. I think Mongols right now is the best bet for an Asian surprise at the major.
Well, you know what? These inter-regional matchups, I'm super excited to watch them from the Copenhagen major. But before we even get there, we have to wrap things up with our Americas RMRs. So let's go ahead and visit the schedule for the B stream tomorrow. Oh my goodness. Okay, first question. Okay. M80 versus Imperial. How do we see that one going, Dust?
I mean, listen, M80, if you take the whole situation of Def having to stand out of the equation, they have been one of the best teams in the Americas as far as regional play. You know, they really do look like a very strong roster, but Imperial just has like that just that X factor to them. Like if their players do hit their stride, when you think of guys like Henny and Phelps in particular, they can be so incredibly dangerous because it's kind of like a snowball effect. Like they feel themselves, they get that momentum, they get very aggressive, they can be very hard to handle whenever they're feeling confident. So I think that could be a very explosive game. No pun intended to M80's logo, of course, but I do think that's going to be a spicy game, but I would probably slightly tip my hat in favor of M80 on that one.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they can do against a well-playing Imperial. I'm just looking at the latter two matches in Bestia, Wildcard, and Elevate, taking up their opponents as well. In that regard, it's the best of 3. It's elimination already. You know, day 2, you're coming in. It's probably the biggest game you can play. Of course, you want to qualify for the major in Copenhagen, and already in day 2, you're fighting for your life. So those 2 games right there, they're going to be very tense.
Okay, let's go ahead and check out our games that will be taking place here on the A stream as well. And you boys can give me your thoughts on that one. Complexity versus Boss to open up the day.
Yeah, but look below that. We got a bit of a FURIA versus Team Liquid. The seeding is doing both of them dirty in this regard. It is what it is, though. FURIA didn't look too good today. Liquid didn't look too good today, but they are probably the 2 biggest favorites out of everyone. Now, Complexity getting a game against Boss. Don't want to take anything away from Boss. They played good Counter-Strike today, but that should mean Complexity is in a prime position to make it 2-0. Whereas for FURIA Liquid, honestly, after watching today, can go either way.
I agree with that sentiment completely. You know, I do believe that, you know, Complexity is going to be pretty happy with the situation. They should come in as the heavy favorite. Even with Boss showing us good things, you kind of wonder if they're going to be able to continue that magic or not. If they can, awesome. That's going to be a great storyline for the tournament. But certainly, I think coming into this event, you felt Complexity was one of the favorites to do it. They certainly proved that at IMC, that they have the class to be able to do some good things. And so I expect them to certainly look good there. But yeah, FURIA versus Liquid, that's going to be an absolute brawl. There's no telling who's going to come on top of that one, honestly.
So is MIBR versus NRG. You know, you look towards the NRG lineup. I know that results-wise, they've been struggling a lot. You know, they're only here for a very specific reason we don't have to talk about. But to be completely honest, MIBR versus NRG for elimination on day 2, that's a big matchup. That's 2 clubs with a rich history in Counter-Strike, 2 clubs who are pouring in a lot of money into the rosters. You know, it's not cheap players to hang around, and one of those teams will be very, very disappointed tomorrow after going out without even winning a game.
Well, I feel like the party is well and truly going to be taking place here on the A stream as well as the B stream as well. I've had an absolute blast being here on the desk joined alongside the 2 of you, and of course Mac as well. I want to give a very big shout out to all of you and also our fantastic production crew that have been keeping this show going. Of course, we will be having a slightly earlier start tomorrow, and we'll be back for plenty more CS2 action. We'll see you then.